in founding and developing software, internet, and e-commerce companies. Successful exits include the acquisition of RAF antivirus technology by Microsoft in 2003, the e-payment business by Naspers in 2010, Avantgate by Francisco Partners in 2013, and Fitbit's Vector Watch technology in 2016. So Radu is also a board director and advisor for a series of technology startups and mature companies. Sounds super exciting for me. So Radu, come on stage. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. Hey guys, good morning. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a wonderful traveling dinner night at the hotel, and I'm now super pumped to be around here. Thanks so much for having me. Just to give you a few kind of background of who I am, where I'm coming from. And then I'm going to try to answer the question that everybody asked me, why the hell do you wake up in the morning? So what drives you? So let me give you the background. Finished mechanical university college. I'm a mechanical engineer. My last kind of year, my senior year in university, back in 92, so I'm an old guy, I'm 56. Back in 92, remember those days, immediately after revolution and everything. I'm from Romania, from Bucharest. So I got in love with computers. So mechanical engineer got into the computers room, and some of you may remember, the good old green screen computers, right? And got in love with them. Why is that? So I've always been an entrepreneur in my heart, deep in my heart. So back in high school, I needed money for beer, right? So I was doing the projects for my colleagues. I didn't recognize at that time in front of my teachers, but I was doing this and got, $10, for a project. But the project meant that, you spend 2 hours to actually draw the project and do the project, and you got $10, 2 more hours, 10 more bucks. So that's a very linear growth of the business, right? You are selling minutes. Completely non-scalable. So senior year, fast forward, senior year of college, realized that you actually invest 4 hours, 10 hours for no money writing a project or software, and then you get one of your colleagues' problem, type in, press print, and done. So suddenly it's not 10 minutes, 10 bucks, 10 minutes, 10 bucks linear growth. It's like input data print, input data print. That's an exponential growth. And all the good things that you all know, J curve, you invest in the software and then it grows exponentially. So when I realized that computers allows me to do this, I completely got in love. It was love at first sight, completely got in love with computers. Wrote my first code that in 94 ended up selling to Autodesk. So that was some libraries for AutoCAD. It ended up being Genius, whatever Genius libraries are for Autodesk. I realized at that time that I thought at that time that whatever money I got from Autodesk, and it was a very small amount of money, huge for me at that time, I thought that it's going to last forever. And obviously it didn't. Started a few other companies. All in all, until today, 37 companies. So I started as a founder or co-founder, 37 companies. Seems like a big number. 6 of them hugely successful, sold the company to Microsoft, an antivirus company, and it became the core of Microsoft security even today. So the team that went to Redmond from us is still the core security team of Microsoft. I've been consulting for 3 years, Microsoft on building their security business, sold the company to Naspers, it is what it became PayU today, globally, sold the company to Francisco Partners, and then they sold it to, to Verizon these days. Super exciting, really super exciting. So this is 10 amazing successes. 6 successes. 10 of the other companies didn't really lose all the money, and then all the rest amazing experiences. Like really amazing experience. I've learned a lot from all this, whatever other people may call failures. I've learned really a lot of them. Now, everybody's asking me, man, why the hell are you just building companies? Why you don't keep them and list them on NASDAQ? Why the hell do you do all this trouble on starting and failing and falling in your nose, get bruises, and, wake up again and start it like it's a masochism type of a thing? And the answer is no, man. It's so amazing. So entrepreneurship, how many of you guys are entrepreneurs? Show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very little. So let me tell you my understanding of the entrepreneurship and what I'm seeing, what I'm preaching for entrepreneurship. So look, I imagine myself and I'm there like almost every night. So I'm with a friend of mine on my balcony, right? Sitting on a bunch of, beer cases, right? So sitting on the balcony and speaking about things, about life, and it gets more and more interesting, speaking about life and philosophy and stuff. And then suddenly one of us has an idea how to change the world. I mean, after a few beers you have a lot of ideas how to change the world. Some of them crazy to start with, some of them, interesting. So, 2 o'clock in the night, you realize that, yes, we are gonna change the world. So let's go get some sleep. Tomorrow morning, we are gonna start change the world. Tomorrow morning, you meet with a friend again, and 9 out of 10 amazingly great ideas you're gonna realize in the morning when the fog is gone that are stupid. But 1 out of 10 seems to be interesting. And then, couple of friends, bottles of beer, and tomorrow morning you have an idea sometimes. You have an idea and that's great. And then you start, okay, let's put a little bit more effort into it. And you start look around and research, whatever you want to call it. And 1 week later, you either drop and again 9 of them, and you're gonna see 9 out of 9 and 9, a lot of them you're gonna drop. But 1 week later, in 1 case out of 10, you're gonna end up with a business plan, right? It's a back of the envelope business plan, of course, 1 week later. But look how interesting, I mean, 2 friends, a couple of bottles of beer, an idea, 1 week later, a business plan. And it's something that, you don't need more. You only need your brains and your 2 hands. And then the business plan may say that, okay, it's not gonna actually work it, so you drop it 9 times out of 10. But 1 time out of 10, what happens is that you say, okay, why not? And we're in the freaking software business, I mean the capex, the investment, the money investment, not necessarily so big. So you start with a friend to actually start programming. So, 3 months later, you freaking have an MVP, you have a product. So how exciting, I mean, it actually gives you bruises. So, 2 friends to bottle of beer in the balcony, 1 week later a business plan, 3 months later you have a fucking product. Excuse my French, right? You have a product, and that's so interesting. It's an MVP. You ask a couple of friends, is it good, is it not good? Most of the time, 9 times out of 10 is not good, you're gonna drop it. But 1 time out of 10, it's gonna be something exciting. So 3 months later, you decide to actually put it online. Now this is exciting. You put it online, and even if you're not entrepreneurs, it happened to you that you turned the switch on to put a product online, right? How many of you have done this? Yeah, it is exciting. Isn't it exciting? I mean, it's like, man, it's online, and you start looking to see people actually clicking on your product. And it's so 20 years ago, you actually look on the back office and, Google Analytics, oh, somebody from New Zealand clicked on my product, what the hell is there? And you start looking and seeing where they pressed and everything. So it's so exciting, like, 2 friends, couple of bottles of beer, business plan, MVP, online product. And people use it. I mean, the guy from New Zealand is sleeping, the other guy in wherever Patagonia is doing something else. So nobody's gonna use it, so okay, we had a bad idea. But sometimes it's good, and you refine the product and everything. And then 3 more months later, what else? You put the magic button there, which is pay now. Man, so buy the product, pay. And you again start looking in the back office. Oh, this guy almost pressed the button. So this guy pressed the button but took it back, and this and that. And it's again so freaking rewarding that friends a couple of beers a bottle, a couple of beers, a business plan, an MVP, a product that people are using, and the product that people are paying for. And that's your work. That is your work that actually created value for people to actually use it. So there's no better reward, no better acknowledgement that you've done something good other than customers willing to pay for your work. And that is absolutely right. And that drives me like really nuts. So the feeling, if you end up after, 1 out of 10, 1 out of 10, 1 out of 10, it's a very small percentage. But if you get there, that pay for your work, for your actual, what you innovated, it's so amazing that it makes all the difference in my life. And then, you start work some more, you start hiring salespeople, you get the company break even, and it's not interesting anymore. And for me, that's what begs me to actually get out of this. Put the company in the hands of a better person, in the hands of a better company environment, to get the company in a better place. And let me do what I know, how to do, basically drink beer. So that's kind of the way I understand entrepreneurship. And I'm not saying with a lot of fail, all of us should be entrepreneurs. It's 9 out of 10, fail, 9 out of 10, fail, 9 out of 10, it's 9 out of 10, fail, 9 out of 10, fail, 9 out of 10. So you got to be able to fail. So you got to be able to swallow failure, to embrace failure, to understand that failure, it's an amazing learning experience. To be able to grow out of your own failures, but in the same time to survive the failures. And what I'm telling my friends in the corporate world that want to start a company as entrepreneurs, I'm saying, look, it's amazing. I would at any time drop my corporate job to be an entrepreneur, and that's what I'm doing. I'm just speaking my own life here. The biggest question that one has to ask is, can I sleep if I know that tomorrow I don't have the money to pay my employees? That's a freaking big question. And it's important because if you cannot sleep, you actually don't have the energy and you don't have the power and the brains to actually figure out where you get the money from. You cannot solve the problem. You have to have a little bit of, ability to sleep through very rough times. Anyway, so I guess that's my entrepreneurial story. I just wanted to share with you this excitement of doing your own product, of changing the world by yourself. The excitement of thinking how to change the world while drinking beer, or whatever you guys want to drink. And I think it's a good time to invite Rada to go forward. Thank you. You there? See you on the outside. Well, first of all, thank you for opening ISTA. You have an amazing story, and this was quite inspirational start. I believe it's adding all this energy to this audience. Great start for ISTA 2023. And yeah, I would like actually I have on top of it, we now have the chance to sit here with you and chat about some of the details of the topics that you just covered. So maybe we can once again start with your beginning. How this started for you? How did you go to the entrepreneurial way? Yeah, so look, I think in my own mind I was always an entrepreneur. So I just it goes back into high school when I was doing all this hacks for doing homework for my colleagues, and it's amazing. It brings up a lot of memories, and trying to figure out how to change other people's lives, being it in a very small way, my colleagues doing their homework, or in a very big way, like putting people on Mars, just right. I think it's really it can be either a very interesting and exciting mental masturbation, or it can end up being, actually good business. So actually, what was the main motivation? The money? And does it change during the years? That's a very good question. I think that each of us work for
about incentives and KPIs. Money is one of the KPIs of success.
Right.
Not for the value of the money. I'm a simple person. I would never buy a yacht or whatever it is. I honestly don't need whatever money is being made. But for me, money is very important because I can understand that it was successful.
Yeah.
What I was saying, right? That so people actually paying your work is it says that you've done something good.
So you like the fact that the feeling that you have created something, but the money is obviously one of the things that you measure that you you actually succeeded in creating this thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And can you compare the difference from when you started in the 90s to now in terms of entrepreneurship? Is there a change
in this part of the world or globally?
Well, maybe let's start from this part of the world.
This part of the world in itself, forget entrepreneurship, it's a completely different thing. So both Bulgaria and Romania are kind of in the same sweet spot of where we are and how the way we understand growth. And I believe in both countries we all saying that, oh, we should be further ahead and we're the last in Europe or this and that. But we don't realize how much of a difference we've all made in all these 30 years. So both countries are completely different, like, black and white type of different from who we were 30 years ago. And it's so amazing. I mean, it's Western Europe in both countries on so many levels. Entrepreneurship is kind of leading this charge. And entrepreneurs, both in Bulgaria and Romania, are amazing entrepreneurs and very successful entrepreneurs. Companies that are unicorns. I mean, both countries have unicorns and changed the world in their respective fields. And people know how to, from the basics, people know how to manage, how to do management, how to do product management, and all these things. I mean, we've got people going into Stanford and Harvard and coming back and creating companies and helping teams to do whatever they do. I think it's an amazing change.
Okay. And compared to the other part of the world?
I think we're on par with the ability to create technologically.
Okay.
Actually, even slightly better.
And what we're missing? This is the question.
I think we're missing so to start with, I'd focus with what we are good and then try to figure out what we're missing. But what we're missing, to answer your question, I think we're missing the understanding that we can change the world. I mean, we don't dream big enough.
Is the scale?
I think so. I'm seeing so many because I'm with Seedblink and seeing so many companies every day to invest in. I would dare to say that most of the companies in this part of the world are marketplaces selling shoes. And that's a vision, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not saying it's a bad vision, I'm just saying it's a small vision, right? Whereas when I'm seeing companies from Silicon Valley, there are companies that want to put man on Mars, right? And yeah, I took the two extremes just for example, but that's kind of the big difference.
Okay, and to get you back to the who can be an entrepreneur, you mentioned that it's not for everybody, but the question is, if not all of us are entrepreneurs, all of us can be innovators.
Oh yes,
right?
absolutely.
And how important is the innovation to entrepreneurship?
I think that innovation is very important for big corporates. So being innovative in a big corporates, whatever they call intrapreneurship, or different companies have different
sorry to
names.
interrupt. Maybe we have to define what is innovation to you.
Innovation means for me doing things differently, and it's not like putting a red button instead of a green button, but just doing things differently. And there is technological innovation, and there is marketing innovation, and there is management information, execution innovation, and so on. Obviously, I think that in today's world, technology innovation is not that important anymore. I think that successful companies, successful teams, successful entrepreneurs are not the ones that innovate technologically anymore. I think that innovation in execution is key, and I think that successful companies are the ones that actually execute flawlessly. If you really think about it, Facebook was not the first social media company. Google was not the first search engine. There were others that were innovating technologically before, but they just made it flawlessly.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that actually they did innovation in the execution.
Absolutely.
So it's once again the innovation here.
Yep.
Okay, and you mentioned that if you get back to the innovation, is the innovation a skill or a talent? Can we learn to do innovation?
No, I think it's a combination of nature and nurture. I think that up to 80% is training. So, most of the work is done by learning, by education, by formal training, by mentorship, by, nurturing. And this 80% actually gets you on par with the best, right? Which is great.
Okay, yeah.
But the rest of 20%, which is skill, which is nature, that's what actually gets you to be amazing, from on par to amazing. So I would value more work than skill, but having work and skill, it's a deadly combination.
Yeah, definitely. Basically, not just to execute, but from time to time to get your head up and to look at the whole picture, which will give you the first to check if you're going in the right direction, and second to understand where you fit and how you can change the direction so that.
And even more, so I think ability to going up and look around is maybe half skill, but you can actually train this. But taking shortcuts, it's a big non-learnable thing. So normally a company would say, okay, that's a good idea, let's do a marketing research and spend a lot of money and understand what this guy is doing, what competition is doing, what customers are doing. Let's do some customer interviews, and there are some people that are just saying, oh, we need to go there. Just from the feeling, and I think that's, if this is being done well, that is amazing.
Yeah, so what is when you look at the certain business already, what is the main skill that you should have as an entrepreneur?
As an entrepreneur, I think reliance, so the ability to survive. So one of the definitions, one of the most amazing definitions of entrepreneurship is every day getting rid of fires, right? So putting water on fires. So entrepreneur has to be a fireman like every day. Entrepreneur needs to solve problems every day. So this ability to not get killed of problem after problem after problem after problem, and you have 10 months of problems, and then one day an amazing success, and then another 10 months of problems. And it's hard for your heart to do this. It's not easy.
It sounds.
It's amazing, but it's not easy.
Yeah, it sounds scary, and.
But it's amazing, man. I mean, it's so amazing. That one day when you have a success, it's like giving you goosebumps.
So what's your favorite part of the business life cycle? Apart from exiting, probably.
I think the beer part is the most exciting part. So, just being able to think on so many ways you can change the world, help changing the world. Like the world globally, there are so many things we can all together do to change things. It's amazing. Each of us has so many amazing opportunities to do this. And combining this with your own hobbies and likes and dislikes, that is amazing.
Yeah, and when you decide to make the exit, you actually talked about for a while about it, but don't you feel that you lose some part of you when you do the exit from a company that you built?
No, come on. No, on the contrary. No, come on. Look, I've got two daughters, right? 32 and 29. And the grandson, I'm a freaking grandfather. So, daughters grow up, and they're your daughters, and you're like, nobody touched them, it's my daughters, right? But then they get married, and then you literally, welcome them to go with somebody else who can, at that stage of their life, give them things that you cannot give them as a parent, right? And same with the company. I mean, the leader of the company in a stage of the company's life, it's somebody better. I'm probably better as a leader of a company at very, very early stages, the beer stages. But then I'm really a very bad leader for that company. So if you love your company and you are emotionally attached to it, you'd better put the company in the hands of a better person to give the company, what's better for the company in that stage.
Yeah, to go to the next level.
So it's not abandonship, it's not giving it away, it's just making what's actually best for the company.
Yeah, you're right.
And I'm still amazingly attached to my team in Microsoft, that they are doing, half of whatever security in the world. So I couldn't have gotten so far.
Yeah. Well, I have to admit, I have several more questions, but the things that we are running out of time. So I would like to, once again, to admit that it was a real pleasure for me to have you here, chat with you, get you sharing your experience, your thoughts and vision for the industry, your advices to the audience. It was a great experience for me, and I believe also for the audience. So thanks once again for having you here and for the opening of ISTA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, man.
We have 10 minutes break, right?
Hello. Okay, it's time to start with our first speaker for today, Stanisław Toshev, the engineering director at Merkle. With impressive 20 years of experience in web development and expertise in various technology and platform, Stanisław will now share his insight on building a large-scale front-end architecture with reusable web components. Stanisław, the stage is yours.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, maybe I'm gonna need some support from the team because I see my presentation here, but I don't see it on the big screen. Okay, some technical glitches, so please welcome. Okay. All right. Welcome, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank you for being here and choosing to listen to me. I hope you're going to enjoy that talk. I would like to thank to the organizers for making that possible, for all the sponsors, and I hope that you enjoy the conference today. Okay, the topic today is building a large-scale front-end architecture with web components. And cool. And a few words about myself. My name is Stanisław Toshev. I'm a director of engineering at Merkle, Sofia. I have over 20 years of experience in web development. I've seen many technologies, many platforms, many challenges, many good things in my career. I've taken various roles, mostly on the technical side, also management roles. And I've been part of Merkle since 2014. And Merkle gave me that t-shirt for free, so now I'm gonna need to say a couple of words about it. So Merkle is a global company. What we do is data, commerce, and experience. We have offices all around the world, and in Sofia we are more than 300 people, many engineers, QA developers, business analysts, architects, project managers, and so on. So what we do is mostly commerce and experience. Okay, with all that, I'm going to move to the next slide. So today I'm going to speak about our experience, our journey with one of our big customers. We went through a major transformation from a technical perspective with them. So I'm going to tell you more about why we decided to choose a specific approach, namely using web components and component-based approach in architecture, how we did it, what were the problems that we faced during that journey, because there are always issues, and what we learned or what we rediscovered, because normally, sometimes you actually forgot things and then you figure out that you face the same problems again and again. And I'm going to share our experience. We are probably not the best. It's not the best solution maybe. It worked well for us, but I'm going to share why we did it and what we thought when we took the decisions. So it's basically our experience. All right. So in order for you to understand what we did, why we did it, I'm going to share some more about the background. So first of all, the solution or the project we were working on was an e-commerce solution for a big international skincare retailer. The customer, we worked together with the customer very collaboratively. They have business and content teams. They have UX and design teams, so we work directly with them, which makes the setup quite challenging, I would say. It's a big project. We have over 36 countries, markets, so this means different size, different regions, different languages. We have right to left, we have top to down, and variations of writing. We have a lot of integrations, more than 120 integrations, so this makes the whole setup very complex. The team itself, it's more than 60 people, which consists of more than 20 developers, 20 QAs. We have architects, project managers, so you can imagine that it's a huge scale. So many people working together, alongside with the business teams, the content team, and the UX team. This creates a complex environment. And it's a legacy customer. Proudly, we have been working with them for more than 10 years, but this also brings negatives, because you can imagine, as technical people, we created a lot of source code. All right, so with all that background, this leads us to the challenges that we faced and the challenges that we reached, so we had to resolve in order to move forward. Number one challenge was site speed. The site was very slow, and SEO people would say that content is king. In e-commerce, speed is king. The faster your site is, the more you sell. So speed was a major concern. The technical architecture that we gathered in the years, that accumulated the debt that we had, is something that also brings complexity. Complexity scale. Imagine 60 people working together on the same code base, releasing all the time. We have 36 markets. All markets, different markets have variations, so there are different payment methods, different functionalities, different UX even at certain points. So this brings further complexity. That complexity leads to another problem, of course. There are more dependencies between teams. If you make a change, you probably break something else. Or if you make a change, you need to figure out how this influence or how this impact other people in the team. If the design team comes up with fancy design, this might not be very easy to implement, and this might bring another complexity. For example, we have a design that is already used, but then they bring something different, so we need to figure out how to create that, how to make a variation, and how to avoid technical debt, which might not be possible. A lot of customized features, a lot of customized components, features would not be the same across different sites, different markets, so that was a challenge. The way we work with the customer, couple of business teams, couple of content UX teams, they didn't work very well. We didn't have a framework, let's say, a process that would combine all that into a mainstream way. So every team would take their decisions. They would not collaborate very well. So the design team could come up with a very fancy design, but then the business team would not be happy with that. Then no one would ask the technical team if this is feasible or not. So that was a big pain, actually. And again, it's not about technology, it's more about how we work together, and missing a framework, or let's say a streamlined process to achieve, let's say, effective work together. On top of that, we as a team, we use a platform, e-commerce platform, that we built our solution on top. It's called Salesforce Commerce Cloud. So basically the platform itself has certain limitations that let's say, don't make it easy to use cutting edge or something that is very popular, meaningful for us. So we need to also think about that. Okay, so we had time with the customer. We discussed those, we discussed those challenges. We, of course, came up with goals that we wanted to achieve. So we realized that we need to make a big technology. Sorry. We realized that we need to make a big technology step. So we defined our goals. Basically, we separated them into several categories. Performance, number one priority, I would say. Our site was not fast, unfortunately, and we wanted to be number one with speed. We wanted to load efficiently resources, so basically load whatever we want and only load things that we show to the customer. We wanted to clean up third-party libraries because we had a lot. Imagine a lot of regions, a lot of specifics on the regions, different third parties, both on front and back-end side. And we wanted to benefit from mobile-first approach and, let's say, mobile-ready application. From engineering point of view, what we wanted to do, we had a big team, obviously. We still have that big team. And we wanted to deliver faster. It became, let's say, unacceptable to spend 5 days for a very simple change. We wanted to onboard people more quickly because it took a lot of time for new joiners to get onboarded, to start working effectively. And this is an issue when the customer pays, when they expect certain delivery. You need to figure out how to do that in a smart way. We want to adopt the latest Salesforce tech stack innovations. We want to adopt the latest front-end design tools that were out there. And we want to make it very easy to be AA compliant in terms of accessibility. One of our websites is in the States. You know that in Europe it's something that will come very, very shortly, basically. So we want to make it very easy to support that. We wanted to, another big pillar would be quality. So we wanted to introduce more unit testing so that we could more effectively, easily create unit tests, have bigger coverage from automation perspective. We wanted to clean up our code. As engineers, everyone loves refactoring, so we wanted to refactor. And we wanted to be able to test on an isolated manner, so test the component, not the whole page. And from business point of view, although technology is very important, you always need to think about how you solve business problems. If you pick up the latest and coolest technology, it might not solve business problems, so then you're not successful, although you might enjoy it as an engineer or whoever's working on that project. So we wanted to create a very simplified process with all customers' teams so that no changes, no deviations happen. We handle that in an effective way. We want to deliver all that in iteration so that we deliver as quick as possible. We didn't want to spend, let's say, 1 year refactoring, replatforming everything and then release it with 1 year. We wanted to do it right away as soon as things go. And we, of course, want to increase the revenue. So after all, the purpose of every business is to sell more. All right. Then, of course, we started thinking about what we need to do in terms of architecture, how we achieve those goals. So we, of course, considered various options. We take into consideration various limitations. But at the end, we came up with the solution and decision that we need to use a component-based architecture. And the reasons to go for that was that besides the obvious design benefits that we all know, solid, dry, and so on, there are things related to how we very easy introduce changes, how we maintain in a very simplistic and effective way. We introduce more unit testing, as we said, so we don't use the whole page. We test or we center our focus on components, basically, so we could work in isolation. We could use it as building blocks, and we want to decouple the front end and back end as much as possible. We all know, or maybe most of us know, the benefits of that. And of course, from business perspective, we wanted to be fast. I already said that, but that's very important, especially in e-commerce. Not even in commerce, you must be fast if you want to be top. We want to be accessible, as I said. We wanted to find a way to, load and use web resource in a very smart way. We wanted to make the solution or the components or the pieces in that solution available by third parties, because some third parties use whatever you have as a website, and for example, some of them might not work with React if you go with React or something else. So we wanted to make it very easy, and we want to make native support for those. We wanted to create, of course, a library of components so that the business could go, see what's in there, and take decisions on new functionalities based on the existing component based. The design team would not go and, let's say, create very fancy stuff that you could not easily implement. So we wanted to, of course, put that into the component library. It's something that it's common with all, I would say, all component-based libraries out there. And we wanted to make it very easy to make changes on the website that would be reflected in many areas. So basically, we want to update a single component, and then the change to be updated, reflected everywhere without the hassle of regression. So that brings us to the components themselves. A few generic sentences here. How we work and how we design with components. Probably most of you are familiar with components. Some of them use React, other people use Vue, and so on. But components are basically, you could think about them as Lego blocks. So basically, every web page is built from a number of components. Components could be a simple input field, it could be a button, it could be an image on the site, it could be a more complex stuff. So basically, you take those components and you put them together into a nice Lego piece or a web page. Our approach as an architecture is based on atomic design. Another concept, I'm not going to go into it deeper, but basically we use that approach for both backend and frontend. That's very important because it will then later give you idea why we chose web components at the first place. And this is pretty much in a nutshell. Okay, few words about the architecture. It's quite simplified, so it's not really, it's not very, I would say, accurate in that sense. But we have our e-commerce platform on the bottom. It's Salesforce Commerce Cloud. It has limitations. I need to say that in terms of architecture, in terms of how content is delivered, in terms of what you could do in terms of client-server, let's say, interaction. Then we based our backend components on top of it. Backend is based on JavaScript, so server-side JavaScript, similar to Node.js, but another JavaScript engine. Basically, we have backend components for all those components you could think on the front end. So a product image, a product tile, or this is simple, small product component on your search page is a component. Then an input field is a component. So we have our backend components. So the logic is in the backend is really divided into components there. So we're not using the typical, let's say, MVC pattern here. We don't use any service-based architecture here. It's basically we use components built on top of that platform. Then we have front-end components. This is not fairly accurate because you can have a single backend component that could use multiple front-end components. So we need more arrows here and here. And on top of that, a backend component could be built out of more backend components. So it could be a compound component. Then with all the markets that I mentioned, we need to have, and we have market-specific components. We consider that piece here as a core. So basically all the websites would use that. But sometimes you have deviations for different markets. For example, Asia. And then we create market-specific components that are separated basically. But again, it's the backend component who could use the core component. And this could be extended for a specific market with a market-specific front-end component. Okay. In order to understand better, I need to give you more details, but I don't want to go there because I'm going to lose you probably. With all that in mind, just an example of how we compose a specific component. It's nothing complex. You've seen that, I guess, especially people who work with that. But basically, we have one page, which is, let's say, a search page. For the matter of this talk, it's quite simplified. We're missing search fields and things, but please ignore that. So we have a header, a footer, standard elements, and we have a number of product tiles. A product tile is basically image, price, title of the product, so something that shows on the search page results. And each of those components are basically, as we said, they consist of they're encapsulated JavaScript, CSS, and HTML. And they come with their backend component in most of the case. So in order to create that page, we have a couple of backend components here that are combined by the page layout. Each of those components, they use and render their front-end components. Some of them could render more components, some of them would render a single one, and all the logic of the different components will stay encapsulated into the component. So basically the backend component would know and would only care about the logic related to that component. The front-end component, of course, would only care about rendering that component, of handling front-end logic. So it all stays there. That's very important. It might not be very interesting, or it might be common sense for you, but I'll explain you why this is very important in our case. All right. So we decided it's a component-based approach that would help us achieve our goals, and then we had to decide what components we're going to use on the front end. From back end, we were kind of limited. The platform was there. One potential solution was that we scrap the back end, but you can imagine 36 websites, millions of orders. That's not an easy task, and you could not go and convince the business that they need to scrap that solution you built. You built something new, fancy, but it will cost them 2 years of effort of a team of 60 people. So backend was kind of limited, so we had to deal with it. And on the front end side, we had to consider several things. Backend obviously in place, the technology constraints that platform gave us. What was the client ecosystem, the client ways of working, their teams? I already mentioned about their design teams, their UX teams, so we had to take that into consideration as well. What we also considered was what third parties we used. We have a lot of third parties, not only backend integration, but also many front-end integration, reviews, ratings, A/B testing, and things like this. And we had to take that into consideration. Some of them are very, very deeply integrated into the solution, so you could not come up with a solution that would break all the third-party integrations, or we need to measure out. Basically, you need to figure out if you go with a architecture or technology that is not supported by those third parties, you need to calculate what would be the impact of rewriting all those if possible. So we had to consider that as well. And of course, we did an evaluation of all, let's say, meaningful, all the platforms, all the technologies out there at the time we took that decision. So we evaluated many of them. We shortlisted to 3 web components, which I'm going to speak about in a moment. React and Vue. So after, of course, thorough and due diligence we decided to go with web components. And I'm going to tell you why we decided. So from our perspective at this time, so this happens some time ago, it's not something that happens yesterday, because it's a large scale, so we had to spend time to do that. So on the positive side, we realized that web components are faster. They're native, so there is no corresponding library, like, for example, React, you have 50 or 100K that you need to load additional logic. So they're natively supported by browser, so very minimal footprint. That was very important for us, especially when we wanted to be very fast as a website. They can be used directly with any libraries that could manipulate DOM APIs, because they're part of DOM, they're natively supported by browsers. They're not related or bound to any framework, which is a positive thing, but also a negative thing, and I will tell you more about that in a moment. The learning curve, we believed, was very, very small, because it's basically vanilla JavaScript, knowing DOM and how the browsers work. It should be fairly straightforward. Of course, it was not the obvious choice, it was not the easy choice, because there was also some drawbacks. Some of them being around the ecosystem was smaller. So if you want to build something and use React, you have a big community, big ecosystem. So you could take a React library, just plug it in, it's up and running. With web components, the ecosystem was not that big, so we had to take that into consideration. Single page application is not natively supported, was not natively supported, so we had to do it ourselves. It was not very well known at that time. Maybe it's not very well known as this time too. And we had to take that into consideration as well, because people are attracted to trendy technologies, to popular mainstream technologies, and this could have been a challenge. And we'll see if it was basically the way components would communicate. Web components was not decided, so it was not in the way like React, for example, does it with router and things. So we had to figure out the way components need to communicate with each other. So there is no prescription. So basically, we had to take that into consideration as well. So just a couple of words about what web components are, after all, because I'm talking about that, but I guess some of you are not aware. I'm not going to give you deep examples. It's just on a high level. You could open internet, you could write web components, look for that logo here. So web component is a web standard. So basically, it's natively supported by browsers. It's the analog of component-based libraries like React. So it allows you, the browser allows you, it provides a set of APIs to create custom HTML tags. It allows you to encapsulate all the related CSS, JavaScript into a single component, and that's natively supported. Of course, those APIs are being developed with time, but this is really in a nutshell. And I'm gonna move now to, this is not working, so I'm gonna move now to how we did it. Again, I'm not gonna give you many details, so please find me or at the end, or find me after the presentation if you're more interested. I could give you more details as much as I can. I can see some colleagues here who probably know better than myself, but I'll try to answer or guide you to them. But in a, let's say, high level, from technical perspective, what we did was we reworked all the backend logic. So one of the, as we said, considerations we had was existing system, existing platform. So all the source code was there. So it was, let's say, kind of effective that we took it, we refactored that. So we reworked all the backend logic to make it component-based. We did all the front-end development. Obviously, we had to create all the web components from scratch. We did test all the components in isolation. This is for the components themselves, and for every and each component we had to document that documentation. We added to the component library. We added to the respective API documentation. So this is what we did. And then furthermore, of course, this is on the component individual piece, but for every page we had to, of course, build the page template itself to take all the components we created on the previous step. So we created the pages. We had to test, of course, with all the non-functional requirements and testing we do, visual testing, automation on that, end-to-end, and so on. Apply tagging and basically document. And we, of course, released that as it went. So basically, whenever a page was developed, we would release it. And that was a challenge, and I'm going to tell you why. On the component side, again, once we had a component that could be reused on some of the pages, even not, let's say, migrated to the new architecture, we released that. It was a heavy process. All right, and because it's an IT conference, there are developers, there are QAs, I could not help but show a single slide with some source code. So this is a web component in our world. Of course, it's enhanced. We have let's say, good and nice hierarchy of classes, basically. But just to illustrate that, this is a component that creates the product tile. This is the front-end part, the web component. So there are a couple of life cycle methods here, but if you're interested, you go and read about web components. We do some actions. It's not the full screen, but then we render if you go below the fold, but this is how it looks like. It's vanilla JavaScript, ES6, so it's generally nice. And this is the result. So basically, it's quite easy to create that. You take the backend component, you create it, of course, the first time, but you take the backend component. If you need to plug the product tiles on a specific page, you just instantiate your backend component. You take the front-end components that you need, you feed them with the data, and they render. Quite easy, I would say, to do it once it's done by someone before you. Okay, so far so good. That was all very nice, I guess, interesting, but there were challenges. And if someone tells you that they deliver something big, complex, and it was very easy, don't believe them. So there are different challenges. Ooh, how did it get? So with web components, as I said, we didn't know how to make components communicate to each other, so we had to figure that ourselves. We didn't know how to actually use state management. There is no state management by default, let's say with web components, so we had to figure out that ourselves during the road. We needed to make Webpack only load and deliver the resources that we wanted. And we also wanted to render and deliver to the browser only the pieces that you need. So those are big challenges to us, I would say. A bigger challenge, however, was the mindset change, because you have a team of professionals, IT people, who need to start thinking about abstraction and component-based approach. So it's not that easy to do that mind shift. And also from customer perspective, it was the same challenge, I would say. Another challenge was that we had to change our approach a few times. One of the biggest changes was we started doing the communication between components, but then it didn't work well, so we had to introduce state management. Web components don't have state management, but by default, we luckily find out a simple library that worked out for us, but we had to introduce that midway, which was another challenge. And for business point of view, don't kill me. At that time, it wasn't that long ago, but there was requirements that we support Internet Explorer 9, which is a nightmare, you could imagine. We had delivery constraints, we had to be fast, because we couldn't spend much time on developing that. We need to bring value to the customer, so we had to be very smart, effective, and at the end, deliver something meaningful and not scrap that we want to refactor in 2 months' time. The other, maybe the biggest challenge is how we do the transformation page by page, because you can imagine it's not something that happens in 2 weeks. So you create a bunch of components, then you create a page, for example, product details page, and then you roll out that. But then the rest of the website is still using the old architecture. So the challenge is how we actually put together the new component-based architecture, the old component-based architecture, put them on different pages. Sometimes we even put components on old pages and keep the site, let's say, live, so we don't degrade performance too much and we don't kill ourselves. So that was the other big challenge. And of course, customer team transformation, it was a big change for them, where we need to, let's say, limit the design team. When they need to create the design, they need to work with the components, but it was for good after all. And what was the results? So basically, we are happy with the results. I don't have, let's say, summary with numbers. This is on purpose. I'm not here to show off, but we improved the site speed dramatically. We achieved better code, maintainable, readable, and so on. We followed industry code standards, so that was a big thing for the team. We made it very easy to build a new page and to make changes, to introduce changes to a page. We introduced tools like Figma, and it was very easy for the design team to work with that, the business team to work with that, the architects to work with that. It's not, rocket science. I guess some of or most of you use that, but still, we improved the site footprint, and obviously we improved the site of the design of the website, because we had to. So just a couple of notes. An example, this is some KPIs that we measured before we started on a specific page, product details page. These are some KPIs that we achieved afterwards. I'm not saying if those are best, but I'm saying that it was a dramatic improvement in page speed. We again minimized the footprint. Again, don't kill me. Those 13 megabytes, it's not because we put a lot of resources. There are many third-party libraries, so we need to take that into consideration. But after the replatforming, we reduced 3 megabytes of resources because we scrapped many third-party libraries. We scrapped some libraries that we already used. So basically, it was a big gain for us. And now maybe the interesting part, what we learned. Okay, if you don't use a mainstream technology, then you need to be ready to support it. So you won't find answers, most of the answers in Stack Overflow. You won't have the community, and you won't be able to find the library that solves your problem. So we need to figure it out yourself, and basically you need to contribute to that. That's something that we need to understand and accept. So, learning curve for new people in the project. We have projects with React, for example. So if you, let's say, as a company, do web development and do something similar, and you have one team that uses React, another team that don't use React, and you switch people, there is a learning curve. That's something that you need to consider. So if you need to move people around projects, you need to consider that. If, let's say, our architectural solution was React, then it could be easier to or faster to onboard people because they'll just switch, use React. But you need to consider that, and it's a big team. We considered it. All right, so we spent much time and efforts to get it right. So we made a lot of changes in the initial phase, so it took us a lot of time and efforts until we get it right and do the setup the way we wanted and the way we could because of all the limitations I mentioned. But then it paid off because it's very easy for new people to join in and to onboard on that project. They start using that very effectively, so just build up some components, put it, and they work. The question, if they understand how it happens, it's another topic, but not for now. A general advice, I've seen that with other projects again, but spend time. Don't underestimate the time for preparation. Spend time to really think about all the complications, how components would work, how the page would load, what the performance would be, what third-party libraries out there would be, and things like this. Spend time and think about the overall architecture. Don't underestimate that time because it's important. Then if you don't have the right, or let's say close to right setup in the beginning, then many people would struggle. So basically spend that time beforehand. And if, let's say, the business or the company say you don't have that time, insist that you have that time, it's very important. Then whatever you take as a decision, be ready for changes. And what you initially thought might not be what actually you end up with. So be ready to make changes and live with that. It's not a big deal. I mean, part of our life, so just accept it that it's possible and it's not your fault. It's just how life of IT people is. There will be always challenges, what I said before, no matter how good you are, how well you know the technology, especially in complex environments, there are challenges. There will be challenges, accept that as well. And again, it's not that you didn't think it very well, you didn't do the right thing, it's that this life. Okay, I already mentioned that, but it's very hard to handle two coexisting technologies at the same time. We did it, but we struggled. So think about that as well. How you roll out the new technology, especially if it's an existing project, because if it's a new project, it's easy. You just go, do it for scratch, and it's roses, as they say. Okay, that's another piece. You need to think about how attractive this could be for new people. Some of our colleagues actually weren't very attracted to joining that project because it was not React. I'll say it literally. And you need to think about that, how easy it is to find the right talent. Because some people, they're attracted to cutting edge, to trends and so on, but also there is this aspect that you need to do the right thing, which brings us there. What is surprising to me personally is that actually many people enjoyed using vanilla JavaScript, and they enjoyed it more than we thought. So they overcome that first, why not React? Let's say prejudice, and they now enjoy it. Now it's hard to take a person out of that project and put it into a React project, believe it or not. Okay, handling variation is not an easy task, and maybe one of the important pieces. You need to make the right decision. So you need to take the right decision for the team, the right decision for the project, for the customer. And you should not be influenced by what is popular out there, what you know. Don't let that as let's say decision point. Of course, if you have a few team of people capable of a specific technology and you think that upskilling to another technology will take more than using the existing technology but not providing the best solution, that's okay. But consider everything and take the right decision. Don't be afraid to use something that is not popular out there. Of course, have all what I said so far, have that in mind, but be brave and do the right thing, just on the side. And sometimes you might realize that not all goals you actually set are achievable. So we achieved, let's say, 95% of the goals. Some of them we didn't, but that's life again, and the result was good. And I kind of wait a couple of minutes for questions, but now's the time for questions. If you don't feel comfortable, I'll be around, so please stop me by, ask me questions. But of course, now you have the time to ask some questions. Thank you for joining and enjoy your conference. Привет. Да, как си?
Okay, now let's continue with our journey with our next speaker, Stefanie Nikolova, the team lead of the Can Do UI for Angular team at Progress. Stephanie's professional background includes front-end technologies and graphic design. Today, she will share about one code base to rule them all. So, Stephanie, welcome on stage.
Hi everyone, and thank you for joining me for my first time on stage ever. I hope you enjoy it. Have you ever worked in a project which code base was scattered all over the place, or had trouble managing the dependencies there? Even maybe questioned the way your repository is set up. Today, we are going to be diving into the JavaScript world of managing repositories, and more specifically, we are going to be focusing on two main approaches: the multi-repository versus the mono-repository. In short, multi-repository means that each individual project lives in its own separate repository, while mono-repository, on the other hand, means that the entire code lives in one place. But before we continue exploring the nuances of those approaches, I just wanted to know that for me, it's the best way to gain those practical insights is by having the chance to personally experience them. And luckily, over the years, I have had the chance to work in various talented teams with projects that have different complexities. And especially my last few years at Progress have led me to look closely at how workflows can be optimized, and more specifically, how the repositories can be managed. Let's look at Can Do UI for Angular. Some of you may have heard of it. Others maybe even have used it. While maybe there are some of you that might be asking yourself, wasn't Can Do a Japanese martial art, and what does it have to do with Angular? Well, you're right, but in the JavaScript world, Can Do UI is also known to be a web components library. And also, my team specializes in the Angular domain of it. This is our mascot, the Kendoka. Some of you maybe have met it already outside. If you haven't, you can search for it and maybe take a photo or two. We have been around since 2016. Nowadays, we have more than 120 components, which prior to the migration were scattered across about 50 or so repositories. And we currently have about 13 people on the team, with a couple of friendly neighborhood guys that are pitching in when we need them. Back in 2016, what was important for the team and the product was that each project lived in its own space, which meant cleaner code base and separation of concerns. It was also important that each one of the libraries can be released independently, which made the continuous delivery process more flexible. And all of this also meant faster build times for us, which were great. But over the years, as the number of components grew, the library started expanding, different kind of problems started emerging. On top of our list was how to handle the dependencies and in a way that is optimal, let's say. We really needed to be careful that we don't end up with different libraries needing different versions of one and the same dependency. we were also risking falling behind on updates and missing important features. I still remember that we had those long lists listing all of the repositories we had and the checkboxes next to them. And we had to go and make sure that we went through each one, apply the update there, and everything is good. And the lack of visibility of what was really going on, which version its dependency were, was really, really starting to get obvious. To illustrate what I mean, take a look at our dependency graph. You can't even see it, right? Let alone manage it effectively. So having that many repositories naturally meant that we were dealing with an overhead of setting up the environments, managing issues, and dealing with a lot of pull requests. For example, if we wanted to make a common change everywhere, that meant 50 or so pull requests, depending on the number of repositories. And consequently, that meant having 150 builds. Why 3? Because we had the build runs on each one of the main branches that is part of the process until it gets to production. Another issue that we have is that we didn't only needed to make sure that the update went everywhere, but when there was a change, we needed to ensure comprehensive testing across all repositories. That meant that it wasn't only enough to test if the change is OK in the respective repository where it was made, for example, an inputs package, but we have to go and check each one of the packages that depends on that particular one, which sometimes, honestly, we missed some of those stuff, and it was a bit too late until we figured it out. By the end, the entire release process has become a very carefully orchestrated chaos, I would say. We needed to make sure which library should be released first, then maybe go and update some dependencies, and release the another library, and so on. All these problems, they didn't come all at once, and they weren't so bad at the beginning. There were times, as time passed by, that we told ourselves, well, it is getting worse. Maybe a monorepository can help us in this case. But at moments, we also told ourselves, well, we don't have the resources now. Maybe it's not that worth it. It isn't so bad. So we didn't commit to doing it. But at some point, it started costing us a lot of resources, a lot of time, and we became really error-prone. So this is the time when we told ourselves, well, let's do it right now. A few important things to note, should you decide to go through such a migration, or perhaps any kind of migration. Make sure that at the beginning, you assess your project and its needs very carefully, and you evaluate the tools that are out there. Then adopt phased approach and incrementally migrate the project, not everything all at once, because that will allow you to fine-tune the process. And have in mind that there will be a learning curve for your team, but it's not that bad, and they will eventually adapt. So, about 3 months, 7 actively dedicated developers, and God knows how many dev hours later, our monorepository was born. Everything was great. We have a really lightened dependency management process because all of the libraries now had one version, and it was easier for us to ensure the compatibility. The environment was now only one, and it was easier to maintain good practices, standards, setup, configuration, and so on. My personal favorite is that now it was easier than ever to make common changes. Remember the 50 pull requests from earlier? Well, now all of these could be done with just one, which was great. As a bonus, in my opinion, we also managed to make our code more visible or more easily findable by other teams in our organizations that are using our product. And if they needed to look for something, they knew where to look. There was one place where our product lived. And the internal collaboration was also increased. The team started sharing a sense of unity as everything was in one place, and they gained better cross-component understanding. However, as is in real life, not everything is always good. It's not always sugar, spice, and everything nice, as much as we wanted to. As much as our dependency management was simplified and all of the other good things happened, now we started facing a different kind of problems. With everything moving to one place, and with the code starting to grow exponentially and all of the tests and all of the packages moving to one place, inevitably that meant that the build times and the time needed for testing started increasing, a lot. And in order to fix that, the pipeline perhaps needed to figure out, wait, what was changed? Do I need to build all of the libraries? Do I need to run all of the tests? I'm not going to run everything just because someone made a change somewhere in the repository, because that would just be insane, right? This is where NX came to our rescue. NX is a process build tool that we use to set up our repository. It is free if you have your own infrastructure, and if you need to use the cloud services, it has some sort of subscription-based. But luckily, we have our own infrastructure, and we are using the free version. Two really great features of NX that helped us with the build times and the testing duration is that it is really smart and knows that when some part of the code was run, it didn't need to run it. It didn't need to run it again, and it could take it from its cache. And it was also able to track down the dependency graph. What are the affected parts of your code, and only run new builds and tests only for those parts. Let me try and illustrate this with an example. In Kendo UI for Angular, we have thousands of tests. And instead of building only one library, it was building around 50, maybe more now. If we were to run all of these tests and builds at once, that would mean having a build an hour and a half or so, which is just unacceptable. We cannot live with that. When we enabled those optimization techniques that NX offered us, we were able to decrease the number of tests, as you see on the top, that were run, only for the specific part of the code. And the build time was also reduced to about 50 or so minutes. But that wasn't good enough, right? Because 50 minutes is still a lot. In order to deal with that, we introduced parallel processing on 2 separate levels. First, we split our build in 4 different parts that could run independently of each other, which allowed them to start all at the same time without having idle time at the beginning. The only thing was that they had all one common part that was repeated in each one of them, and that is they needed their containers to be set up because they were running on different machines, and they needed to install the node modules. That took about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, which wasn't that bad, and compared to the overall reduction that we got, we could live with that. Because the end-to-end tests don't need to wait for the packages to be built. They just need a running sample application, right? And they could easily be run separately. And on a second level, again, NX offers its own parallel processing that allows you to, again, run processes simultaneously at the same time. And for example, you don't need to wait for each test to start with the next one, which allowed us to use that feature. As you see, the overall time was reduced to about 18 minutes, which was great in comparison to the 1.5 hours that we started with. And I have taken out those statistics for a relatively big package that is a dependency for a lot of packages. And for smaller packages, the results were even better. That wasn't the only thing that was on our radar. And as much as collaboration was improved after going to working in one shared code space, it also introduced other difficulties. You see, collaboration is a two-way street, and when all the people start working in the same space, suddenly a lot of pull requests start popping up everywhere. Two things helped us in this situation. The first one, of course, is better communication between the people in the team. And even sometimes there was one person that said, okay, let me just put everything in order, let me see what's going on, I'll handle that so that not a lot of people try to merge their pull requests all at once. But around that time, also, the GitHub merge queue was introduced, which was great for our case because it took part of all of that to take the pull requests that are ready to be merged, put them in order, and handle that. Unless there are conflicts that it cannot resolve, then a human needs to interact with it. But have in mind that our team is relatively small, and this is working great for us for now. But if you were talking for twice as many or even more people, probably that would be an entirely different conversation. At the end of it all, with one mono repository, we also got a single version number for each one of the components. If you remember earlier, I mentioned that at the beginning of when the library was created, it was important that each library had its own semantic versioning releases. Well, now everything needed to be aligned and have one and the same version. The downside of this is that if there is a change in just one of the packages and its version needs to be updated, that automatically means that the version is increased for all of the other libraries as well, regardless of if there is a change there or not. This is kind of making the process a little bit more rigid and might confuse someone that there is a new version, maybe there is something new in that library, but that's not necessarily the truth. However, we decided to look on the bright side of this, because in the past we have received many times feedback from our clients that actually having so many different versions was confusing for them as well, and it was hard for them to manage their own dependencies of our packages. It was hard to track when a new version, which is the latest version, what are the new things, and so on. And also, additionally, the unified version opened up for us the possibility to create a unified to create a documentation versioning, which is also something that our clients have been requesting in the past. But we still haven't done that. It's just a possibility for us at the moment. So for us, monorepo really works, and it is great. I bet, depending on the type of team and the project, the challenges may vary, but they definitely will be there. And before you go and decide to merge everything in a monorepo, just ask yourself first, what problems am I trying to solve? And is monorepo really the decision? If it is, go ahead and do it. But just keep in mind that, as is in real life, there are no perfect solutions in software development as well. And be prepared to handle and deal with the trade-offs. But just be bold, be informed, ask questions. Don't be afraid to challenge the existing, because maybe not a perfect, but a better solution is out there. Thank you.
Okay, any quick questions? No? Okay, thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's greet Elena Tosheva. She's a senior engineer automation in VMware. She has more than 15 years of experience in UI testing, and today she will share with us why they're using Playwright for end-to-end automation in their team. So welcome on stage.
Thank you. Hello everyone. Thank you for the attendance. I'm very excited to be in front of you today, and I will share our journey, how we decide to automate our end-to-end tests with Playwright. And before we start with the Playwright features, how many of you have experience with UI test automation? Yeah, a lot of people. I believe you know how hard it is to create stable end-to-end tests. And firstly, let's see what are the main challenges that we face with the end-to-end tests. Such tests are slow. It takes a lot of time to them to execute. Such tests are brittle. They break every time the software changes. They are flaky. Frequently they fail without a specific reason. They don't make sense since they cover very complicated scenarios which are hard to follow. They don't make money because they are so time consuming, and at the end we can build an entire feature instead of test automation. And they often require changing the context, especially for test maintenance and monitoring. They interrupt us from our more challenging tasks. So all these reasons are valid, and we, together with the development teams, are continuously working on mitigate such challenges. And I forgot to say, do you know what is an end-to-end test? It is a happy path which validates the user through the whole system, and yeah, it complicates the task. It's a complicated task, and the famous pyramid that we mentioned, the tests at the bottom are most suitable for test automation, and they are easy to execute, and they are easy to implement and fast to execute. The end-to-end tests, and especially end-to-end UI tests at the top, are slow, big, and expensive, but they can be very valuable if implemented well. That's why we need tool that not only cover our requirements best, but also mitigate some of the challenges that we face with test automation in general. So how many of you have experience with Playwright? Okay, most of you don't have, so I'll outline the main features of the tool. It's an open source tool for automated testing. It's first released in 2020, and there was an internal need of Google to test in the headless browser, and they created a tool, Puppeteer. Later, when the Puppeteer team moved to Microsoft, they renamed the tool to Playwright. And which are the main features? The tool is open source. Like Cypress and Selenium, this tool is free. It's cross-platform. It's supported on main platforms like Linux, Windows, and macOS. It supports most of the browsers: Chrome, Safari, Firefox. It has its own lightweighted versions of the browser, which are quicker to execute. It has cross-language support. Most of the programming languages are supported, like .NET language, Java, JavaScript, Python. It also has support for mobile web. It has auto-wait functionality. which actually waits for elements to be actionable before performing the actions. It has web-first assertions. Assertions are retried until the specified conditions are met. It has also support for multiple domains, users, and origins. And documentation is very detailed and easy to get started. What about our journey? Our journey started 2 years ago when I joined the team. And the project I was assigned to test contains two parts, UI, front-end part, which is a React application, and backend services. And there were existing tests written in Cypress for the UI and written in Python, a separate suite for the API part. And these two suites didn't have anything in common. They covered totally different scenarios and executed on different environments. So imagine, like in the picture, if the front end is the ship and back end is the sea, how to test the ship without plunging into the sea. And Cypress at that time didn't have support of multiple domains, which was essential for us. And also, we can't reuse the Python libraries that we have for the backend with Cypress because it doesn't have support of Python. And that's why we started thinking for alternatives. If we want to cover the whole flow of the application with one tool, it needs to have support at least for Python for us. And which were the alternatives? The alternatives, Selenium and Playwright. So here is a detailed comparison table for three of the tools. And Selenium is the oldest one. It's well established to firstly released in 2004. And it contains multiple components for UI testing, like WebDriver, Selenium Grid, Selenium IDE, Selenium RC. It has support on the main browsers, and also all the programming languages are supported. Cypress is a newer tool. Its focus is on end-to-end testing. It has support of screenshots, videos, it's built-in auto-add functionalities, and a lot of more. The only drawback that we found that it doesn't have support of Python. And as you can see from the table, Playwright has the rich set of supported features out of the box, and it has almost everything you need for test automation. So what about our requirements? Our requirements, we definitely need a tool with the best performance. We need to have support of Python, and cross-domain support also is important for us. Since we are running our tests in Docker containers, headless support is also mandatory. And the other, API testing and dynamic weights is something that is nice to have for us, but yes, good to have. So here is a detailed diagram which shows test execution time between three tools. They are compared in three main scenarios: static login scenario, single test, and test suite. As you can see, Cypress at the top exhibits longer startup time for login scenario. Cypress and Selenium both have quite the same behavior on single test and test suites. And Playwright definitely is top performer as test execution time. It's due to partially this is due to a specific structure of the tool. Selenium, for example, uses the WebDriver to communicate with the browser, and communication is done through the HTTP protocol. On every action like a click, type, or something similar, it makes a separate connection to the browser, and this connection closes upon finishing the action. By that way, multiple connections can be opened at the same time during the test, which makes it slower. Cypress executes everything in the browser, and Playwright has its own architecture, which uses WebSockets. And once open, this connection stays opened during the whole test. This is the one reason why the Playwright is the fastest among the three. One of the main advantages of Playwright and Cypress over Selenium is auto-wait functionality. They both perform a number of checks before making the actual actions. These checks may contain whether element is enabled, visible, clickable, or actionable before making the specific actions. If we need to achieve something similar with Selenium, for example, we have to implement custom waits, like to use the explicit wait or fluent wait, but additional code should be added in order to have this functionality. Another advantage of Playwright and Cypress over Selenium is the headless browser support. This functionality is built in for both of tools. In Selenium, we have again to implement a custom option to start the driver in headless. Similar is for API testing. API testing is both built-in supported for Playwright and Cypress, and the response object is directly returned in the code, while in Selenium, again, you have to implement custom logic or use a third party to achieve this. So the side effects of such small differences keep growing with the complexity of the project, and it ends up with increased maintenance in the end. Sorry. A tip that we found useful to debug problems in headless mode is the taking screenshots and videos methods during executions of the test. In headless, there is no graphical user interface and you don't know what's happening with the UI. And making screenshots and videos during the test help us to resolve complex issues with the tests. We also find the PyTest option, screenshot only on failure, which is very helpful and very easy configurable to have the screenshots only the time of if the test fails. Another tip that we found useful to debug problems in headless is to record page request response during test execution. This, together with the screenshots, give us the whole picture of what's happening on both UI and backend during the test. And if you walk all the responses, you will have an idea, the whole idea of what's happening with the test. Playwright by default has a functionality called strict mode. Actually, if there are multiple elements with the same selectors on the page, it throws an error. And selectors should be unique in that way. Selenium, for example, here will take the first element. And if we used to use Selenium, you will be surprised when you start the test. Even though the Playwright is the newest tool among the tools, it met our requirements best for end-to-end automation testing, and we continue to use Cypress for integration and component tests. What we did we did an entirely new framework based on Playwright, which used the PyTest Playwright plugin, which has easy installation and setup. And we also use the PyTest, which is a framework for Python, to run it. It gives us additional options of running and debugging, which we can benefit from together with Playwright. And how our tests look like. We use also the page object model. Do you know what is the page object model? Probably you know. If not, it is a common design pattern for UI testing. Every page of the applications is represented by a class with methods and fields. And actually it improves code, it removes code duplication, improves maintenance and readability of the code. We also have a base page which contains the base methods of all the page objects. So why choosing Playwright? Imagine this representation of the iceberg is a test automation tool. Only 20% of the costs are initially visible, like initial setup, supported features, and the other 80%, like training, maintenance, and additional development, are hidden behind the surface, and they are actually hard to predict. Playwright, with its rich set of supported features out of the box, reduced the costs of additional development, as you saw in the previous slides. And it also reduced the costs of maintenance. Speaking about maintenance, I mean not only maintenance the tests require, like build monitoring and updating the tests, investigating the failures, and also updating the tests which are caused by changes in the application, in functionality, both functionality, or changes in the UI, like DOM structure. So depending on how many tests you have, maintenance in terms of monitoring may grow up to many days, which is a direct cost. And for the last year, let's say, we had around 30 releases of the UI and several upgrades of Playwright, which was done with minimum changes on our tests, mostly required by changes in the UI. And we have to update only the selectors. With the logging possibilities that the screenshots gives us, and page request response time, page request responses, we managed to decrease the maintenance cost in terms of bugs investigating with around 30–50%. It depends on the complexity of the tests, which is direct cost saving for us. And what we achieved based on framework, we managed to automate several critical scenarios and run them before release. We implemented a process which blocks the development in case of failure and also blocks the deployment to production until the issue is debugged and the root cause is found. This process is called unanchored, and the concept is taken from Toyota manufacturers. They alarm the management in case of issues and block the production. If you remember, firstly, when we discussed which are the challenges with test automation, we managed to achieve fast, solid, and stable execution as part of the pipelines. They are fast because we don't want to block the development, and we included only critical scenarios. which execute fast. They're solid stable because they execute several times a day, and they should not alarm false positives. And last but not least, tools are not solutions themselves. It's the game changer is how the teams implement them. So, thank you.
I have two questions. The
Thank
first one, you said you want to continue Cypress for component testing.
Yeah.
Playwright support component testing too. Why you want to continue with Cypress?
Good question. Because actually our structure in the team is different. Development team use Cypress to test the UI portion of the application, and actually they're responsible for component and integration tests. We, as an end-to-end team, are responsible only for the end-to-end part. And we can't change the mechanism, and they build the testing process together with their product, with their development.
Okay, thank you. And the second one, how do you think that the bug protocol unification, also known as WebDriver by the spec, will affect Playwright future?
I'm not sure here. Honestly, not sure. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Another question? Okay.
You had a graph previously about the time execution. Was that in seconds or in minutes?
In seconds.
Okay, just to, count on that.
I didn't find a way to update the.
Right, and just a small follow-up
Yes.
on the Playwright. And you said with minimal changes you were able to run it for a year. How stable is it across updates, and are you actually following latest Playwright version, or you have some sort of a playground to see the platform itself?
Actually, it's stable, but our implementation is complicated because we are using some libraries, Python libraries, which have a lot of dependencies themselves. And we have to resolve any issues we have, and it takes time. And yeah, we are not with the latest versions, but have multiple weeks or months to update.
Okay, thank you. Any another question? Okay, then thank you, Elena.
Thank you.
We've tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option.
You know that you've got
app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. That's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
When two industry leaders merge, innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което ми дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together: commerce, data, analytics, technology, all in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
We're 356 Labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
We've tried to put sustainability at the center of this tour because it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again and work out how to offset those emissions. That's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
When two industry leaders merge, innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together: commerce, data, analytics, technology. All in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
We're 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
We've tried feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and work out how to offset those emissions. That's photos and videos and live streams and AR interaction. It's been a joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its is in the. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platforming Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуер инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together: commerce, data, analytics, technology, all in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Office is the world, and in it there are 7 of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with kids, friends. Go for it. The heart of Musala Soft, where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
We're 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
Try to put it just feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert, how to offset those emissions. That's photos and videos and live streams and AR interaction. been a joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue 42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together: commerce, data, analytics, technology, all in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the whole world, and in it there are 750 plus impeccable professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from all over the world, and countless meetings for a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with family, kids, friends, pets, you name it, we go for it. The heart of Musala Soft is where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Musala Soft.
are 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
This tool feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and get how to offset those emissions. That's photos and videos and live streams and AR interaction. A true joy to work with.
To make this tour as sustainable as this is
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes, So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together: commerce, data, analytics, technology, all in one place.
It's here, right now. The vision of the past few decades has come to life.
We are Musala Soft. Our office is the and in it there are 150 plus professionals of more than 10 nationalities, 1,000 plus projects for 200 plus clients from over the world, and a beer or two in the mountains, the seaside, with kids, friends, where each one of us works and has fun, learns, and shares knowledge. Together, we enjoy teamwork. We are innovation. We make an impact. We create with passion, respect each other, and deliver quality. We are Soft.
We're 356 labs. Yes, 356 and not 365. And our story starts in the world of tech. Teaching and speaking in more than 20 countries across the world, including at events like Microsoft Ignite. Been there, done that.
Our obsession with presentations, however, made us leave the industry and start a presentation agency. But not just any presentation agency, an agency that helped some of the world's top brands achieve results even the biggest media outlets had to talk about.
And then, when the COVID pandemic hit, the world saw the beginning of Present to Succeed conference. And that one changed the industry forever.
We learned a lot in the past 10 years, but now we are here, back to where it all started, the world of tech. We decided to dedicate ourselves to helping teams and companies like yours become better and more effective presenters. From delivering custom-built presentation trainings or working with you one-on-one to becoming presentation consultants as part of your team when the stakes are high.
Very few companies understand the importance of presentations. The ones who do are the ones people talk about. Be one of them.
feels like the only option. The app helps you to become part of the environmental side of the show by looking at the cleanest and greenest way that you can get to the concert and home again, and work out how to offset those emissions. That's photos and videos and live streams and AR interactive stuff. It's been a true joy to work with SAP.
Let's team up to make this tour as sustainable as possible. This is SAP, this is our commitment.
One platform powering Entain. So let's look under the hood. More than just the sum of its parts, the magic is in the wiring. So no matter which brand you love or how you find us, you'll get the best experience. With hundreds of data points, artificial intelligence models, and safety tools working in parallel behind the scenes. So every recommendation, every touch point is tailored for every single customer in real time and underpinned by our safety net engine. And that takes a lot of tech power to bring entertainment to millions around the world. And we're not stopping here. We're bringing the thrill to all our customers, and they love it. One platform powering Entain as the global leader in betting, gaming, and interactive entertainment.
Two industry leaders merge. Innovation takes on a new dimension. Welcome to Interop.io, born from the union of Glue42 and Finsemble. The merger has given us resources to push boundaries and a united vision to create something truly exceptional. Our culture thrives on collaboration, where every idea is a stepping stone to innovation. At Interop.io, we believe in a relaxed, yet driven atmosphere. We let creativity flourish without constraints. Together, we can achieve anything.
Първото нещо, което съм забелязал при пиковите IT перформери, което им дава супер сила, така да кажем, и нещо, за което може да оптимизираме, е способността да учат и възпроизвеждат това, което е научено. Това е изключително важно при нас, IT хората. Ако вземем за пример за IT хора един софтуерен инженер, всъщност ти да успяваш да научаваш нови технологии, нови концепции и в правилните моменти да възпроизвеждаш тези нови технологии, тези нови концепции е нещо, което наистина те вади на следващото ниво.
We're in the economy of customer expectations.
We're bringing everything together. Commerce, data, analytics, technology. All in one place.
It's here.
Hello everyone. I hope that you've enjoyed your lunch and it's time for our next keynote session for today. My name is Ioana Buyanova and I'm a manager at VMware Bulgaria. I'm here to introduce our next keynote speaker. She has her own fashion brand. She has her own restaurants in Seattle. She's an enthusiast of accessibility and AI. This is her 31st conference for this year. And also, she is a director of technology at Microsoft. Welcome on stage, Donna Sarkar.
Hello, ISTA. How are you? Good. By the way, the coffee here is amazing, and I've had way too much of it, so pardon my extreme enthusiasm as we talk about things that will take our jobs. All right, who's ready for this? Everyone. Good. All right. So let's take a poll. How many of you are afraid that AI is going to kill you? Anyone? Anyone? Oh, we got one taker. We got one taker. Okay, good. We got one AI is going to kill you. All right. We got two. Okay, two. How many of you think AI is going to also take your job, though, before it kills you? Okay, there we've got a few more hands. There we got a few more hands. Okay, cool. That's good. That's good. That's good. Blissfully, you are all dev people. And that means that you get to control that, right? The rest of the world, when I give this talk in front of accountants and lawyers, about 50% of hands go up because they just don't have enough information. But you all, because you're incredibly brilliant tech people, you understand that what you're seeing is a hype cycle, okay? You're seeing a hype cycle. This is the traditional Gartner hype cycle that you're seeing behind me. And we've been through many of these in our time. Okay, we've been through the mobile phone hype cycle, we've been through cloud hype cycle, the metaverse hype cycle. This definitely feels like one. And I am no stranger to hype cycles because I worked on the first version of a thing called the Microsoft HoloLens. Have any of you heard of this thing? Okay, you have. It was a Windows 10 computer that you wear on your head, okay? Now, when I say it like that, it sounds extremely stupid. But at the time, it made perfect sense. You're going to walk down the street. You're going to see like, oh, this restaurant has amazing reviews. Here are the arrows leading to here and leading to there. Of course, it's not going to look like that. It's going to look like a cool pair of sunglasses. And I truly believed that this was going to happen. I believed in my heart and soul in 2014 when I started working on this, in 10 years, all of us would be wearing these things on our heads right now and walking around this conference. You notice none of us are doing that, thank God, right? This was a hype cycle that did not come to fruition. Did not. But if you see it, this AI infusion, AI explosion, it has all the hallmarks of a very traditional hype cycle. Big, life-changing, splashy launch last November. You remember the day ChatGPT came out? and suddenly your dad's calling you on the phone saying, do you know about ChatGPT? And you're like, oh no, oh no. Who told you about this? Who told you about this, right? So big splashy launch, lots of marketing. There's like, it's going to take over all the industries. It's going to take jobs. Look at all the magic tricks it can do. Then we all went home for holiday break, and suddenly everyone's talking about ChatGPT. And I'm thinking, all of the money we spend on marketing and product naming and icons and UX, the biggest product launch of this decade is called ChatGPT, and it's a box. And that's it, right? That's all. All of you know what GPT means, but if you ask a normal person on the street, what is a GPT? They're like, I don't know, it's that thing you type questions into, right? But that is what a hype cycle does. It makes you believe that this is the answer to all of your questions. Now, for the last year and a bit, I have been working in this thing called the Microsoft Copilots. Microsoft's AI products are called Copilots. A lot more detail on Copilots in a minute. But I wake up every day, I get on Elon's Twitter, and I doom scroll AI news. Okay, this is my life now. Does anyone else doom scroll AI news? A few of you? Yeah, okay. So I doom scroll AI news, and the doom scrolling in the US generally looks a little like this. OpenAI, I am rich, Sam Altman did something weird, right? Every day, it's some shenanigans like this. And then weird things started to happen. Weird things started to happen. There's a CEO of a very large tech company that you all know, and you all use this product. You should go look it up. He said, AI is more important than fire or electricity. And he said this unironically to a very large publication. It's the CEO of a company I'm not allowed to make fun of in public anymore. But you should all go look up who this is, and you should laugh at him. Not because he's not a good CEO, not because he's not brilliant, but this is a very stupid thing to say. Because AI is not more important than fire or electricity. That is a ridiculous concept. But because tech company CEOs are saying this, the thread bros of the world, the AI bros, they've decided that AI is killing industries. All right? They've decided that this is what AI is doing. AI has become like the greatest serial killer of our time, if you ask the thread bros. Ready? AI has killed data science. Apparently, data science is dead, dead, dead. Never mind, AI doesn't exist without data science, but please go on. AI has killed Excel. If you ask any finance person, they'll laugh at you. They're like, if Excel is dead, the economy's dead. Good luck. Thoughts and prayers. AI has killed PowerPoint. Well, AI's killed email. I don't know how you all found your way here without email, but AI has killed farmers. I don't know why AI has killed farmers, but apparently it's killed farmers, which is a little offensive to all of us who, love farmers. And then here's the one that makes me mad as a fashion business owner. AI has killed fashion influencers. Apparently, the way I'm going to get my fashion modeling done is by these headless DALL-E-generated images in fitting rooms. These are going to be my new models because there's no more fashion influencers. The world sucks, right? If AI's killed all these things, what's the point? Like, what really is the point? So because thread bros are active and tech CEOs are active, things are starting to get a little weird. I don't know if you saw this. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was an Onion article, but it wasn't. The UN, okay, this is not Donna's startup. This is the UN, a real place that exists here in Europe, had a press conference 2 months ago with 9 humanoid robots, 9 or 6. Well, I can't read because I'm dyslexic. I think it's 9. 9 humanoid robots that answered questions about themselves to an audience of real journalists. And if you want to see the cringiest thing you've ever seen in your entire life, you should watch this press conference. And if any of you ever feel that you're a bad public speaker or a bad presenter, you will feel so good about yourself, because AI has not killed public speaking, let's be real. Okay, just watch it. It's so cringe. You will immediately give up all thoughts of, yeah, AI is not taking anyone's jobs, nor is it killing us. It can't even answer this question. And then people start getting odd. They're like, 2025, toasters will spit toast at you of their own free will. I'm like, really? That's the issue? This is my big life problem right now? I don't know. This guy over here on LinkedIn, okay, he went on LinkedIn and said, I'm done with dating. I have made up an AI model. She is my made-up wife. And we're going to have made-up children. I'm like, cool story, bro. Do you really want to talk about this on LinkedIn? But that's okay. That's okay. It's fine. You know, you can make your own life choices. This guy made a little robot child, AI generated, and he danced with it on stage. And again, this is in front of people. Okay? They're doing this in front of people. People who they want to buy their products, use their services. And I'm like, I don't know, y'all are getting weird. So of course the backlash is starting. People are already saying like, all the AI, like, you know, pundits or air quotes, people who don't actually have jobs, they just talk about stuff. They're already like, oh, AI's dead already. It's dead before it even started. I've stopped using ChatGPT. I'm back to, you know, Bitcoin stuff. Bitcoin is awesome. Those little ape stamps, what are they called? NFTs. NFTs are back. So people are just trying to, like, you know, work their way through the hype cycle. And that's because we're in this place called the trough of disillusionment. This is where most tech trends go to die. This is where they go to die. This is where the metaverse died. The trough of disillusionment. Couldn't find product market fit, couldn't find people to buy it, couldn't find people to really use it on the regular. When you use something as a party trick once a month, you fall into the trough of disillusionment and you stay there. But there's some beautiful news coming ahead, because we're about to go not the metaverse route, but the cell phone route, okay? So how many of you remember what a car phone is? Remember that big thing attached to your car with a cord? And if you made a call, it costs like 25 euros per second, right? Unless your tire fell off in the middle of nowhere, do not use that phone, right? The rest of you are too young. Be grateful you missed this era. How many of you remember the Nokia flip phone, though? A bunch of people, right? Okay. So do you remember the three things? And remember, these are 10 years apart. They were not close. The car phone era was 93, Nokia flip phone 2002. Okay, 2002, there are three things you could do on this phone. Ready? You could call your friend without your mom listening in on the call because you're not in the kitchen. That's one. You could text your friend after 8 p.m. without extra charges. Yes? 3, you could win at Snake. And that's it. But we were so badass at the time. We were so badass. Like, I got my flip phone, I got a cover. I have ringtones. How many of y'all had ringtones? Yeah, yep, we had ringtones. And you know who got very rich from the Nokia flip phone era? Ringtone makers. Cover makers. Remember those at the mall? They would sell covers for your Nokia flip phone. You get iridescent ones, you'd switch them up. And you had ringtones for each friend. These were the people who got very wealthy during that early era of mobile phones. Nobody is getting rich from ringtones nowadays. In fact, your phone is on silent. If it rings, you're so offended. You're like, why are you calling me? You know to not call me without texting first. What are you thinking? Is it an emergency? Are you bleeding? Like, now you're offended, right? But friends, we're here for AI. We're in the Nokia flip phone era. We're not at the car phone era. We're not at the iPhone App Store era. But we're squarely in the Nokia flip phone era. And that is a beautiful place to be. Because that means, no, we're not too late. Despite what everyone will have you believe, we're not too late. And we're not too early. We're right there in the right moment. So next, what you're going to see is the plateau of productivity. And all of 2024 will be the plateau of productivity. This is when all of you will start figuring out, how does AI actually fit into my life and business? How can I use it to make my job better? How can I use it to make my customers' life better? And this is where we're going to be in 2024. So the reason this is different than previous hype cycles is because a few key things. First, adoption rate is really, really high. It's not like the metaverse where like some people, 4 people adopted it, abandoned ship, etc. Startups, because the cost of actually starting is not really high. There's 8,000 AI startups right now in Silicon Valley. This number is probably out of date since I'm talking to you about it. There's 1,000 a month. And these are not just in the Valley, they're all over. They're here. They're in Eastern Europe, they're in Africa, they're in Latin America. There are clearly measured productivity gains. How long did it take you to do X thing? How long does it take you now with the infusion of AI? You're seeing every tech giant, Microsoft, Google, Apple, Amazon, all of them are fully immersed in AI. Every single company has a chief AI officer now. Every single company. You're seeing corporations, even traditional corporations, even like that company who doesn't know what the cloud is, they're like, we want to do AI, how do you do that? You're like, step 1, get your data in order. Step 2, be in the cloud. They're like, oh no. But corporations are leaning in. They're FOMOing. Every VC firm has become an AI investor at this point, every single one. Global governments are like, oh no, we got to regulate tomorrow. Usually they would regulate in 25 years after we've been doing this forever, right? And then tech leaders are quitting their jobs to go and lead AI in startups, in their own businesses. I've never seen anything like this in 25 years of being a software developer. Not once. I didn't see this with the shift to the internet. I didn't see this with the shift to the mobile, to cloud, to metaverse. I've never seen anything like this. And partly it's because we are technologically ready for it. We are ready for it. Before, it was like some laggards, some people in the future. We were tech people way ahead, everyone else way over there. But things are going to move really fast, and that's good. Because the era of us trying to convince companies to do this, it's not happening. They're raising their hand saying, we need to hire, and we need to hire yesterday. The number one question I get right now is from big companies, very big companies, saying, we need to hire a chief AI officer. Get us one. I'm like, what, do I make them in a factory? Like, where do you want me to get you one? They were like, where should I go? I said, you need to grow them, friend. You need to grow someone who knows your business, who knows technology, who knows data, and combine them. You need to grow the skill in-house. They're like, well, that's work. I'm like, right. It's going to be work. It's going to be a lot of work. So one of the things that has been very interesting is all of the studies about productivity. BCG, Boston Consulting Group, just did this study last month that showed consultants doing the same kind of work, okay? Exact same kind of work, making PowerPoints about X thing, whatever it is, financial analysis, data modeling. One set did it with AI, the other set did it without AI. Same skill set, same sort of career level. The ones who used AI to do it did 43% better. The ones who didn't do 43% better. But what was very interesting was this really applied to those who are newer in career or people less good at their job. The people who are super experts, AI affected them 1 or 2%. It didn't make them infinitely better. So it is a very good equalizer for businesses to say, we wish there were more people who were good, and this is a good tool to raise people up to that level. So experts, if you learn to harness this correctly, you can be an expert. But I don't think we've figured out how to do that yet. But the people who are just starting to learn, this is an amazing superpower for early career or people switching into careers. I'm really enjoying seeing companies leaning into upskilling. Because I've never seen companies really leaning to upskilling in like a real way, as in, no, we need to see some output at the end. We want to employ people. We want to create jobs. IBM just announced they want to skill up 2 million people all over the world, specifically underrepresented people, because they realize we need to reskill 40% of the workforce, majority young people, early in career people. Things that used to be hard are getting easier. So because I worked in the metaverse, I had to learn a thing called Unity. Does anyone else know Unity? Yeah. Does anyone else cry because of Unity? Yeah, exactly. So most people had Netflix and chill. I used to have Unity and cry. That was my life. But now, because of this company called Photor, and you're going to see in future versions of GPT, you can generate 3D models like this of anything you want without doing Unity and cry. It is amazing, because this is the kind of thing that held back digital twins, it held back the metaverse, because we just did not have talented people to build 3D models that rotate and do things. But the world's changing so fast that this knowledge is everywhere, and it's approachable. This is the Tokyo airport. Tokyo airport. It's wild, right? It's pretty wild. Now, this knowledge is approachable, it's everywhere, but companies are also AI companies are getting serious about responsible AI. One thing that I've been pushing on a lot lately is talking about how do you make sure these data sets that AI is trained on are not as biased. And AI companies are starting to figure out, like, we nerds are not going to make an unbiased AI model. So we need help. And I recommend you all sign up for this, because most of you speak another language. OpenAI has started this open red teaming network. So people who have specific skills, whether it's cognition, different languages, anthropology, cybersecurity, whatever background you come from, you can lend help. And it's a paid activity. They pay you to participate in this. to help debias some of the models and add layers of expertise to it so it's more useful for people in your industries and in your own language. Now, what I like about this is that red teaming is generally something that happens before the model goes out into the world. So you will be red teaming models that are not out yet. So we have a chance to debias models before they go out and hit the world. Because as you know, most of these models are trained by American people on the west coast of the US, which is less helpful for all of you, less helpful for most people in the world. Turns out for 194 countries, it's not as useful. Right? So I like seeing this. I thought this was a good idea they did. So it might seem like everybody is building AI products, and actually they are. I work at Microsoft. I babysit our AI products called copilots. Does anyone want to guess how many copilots we have released? All right, who wants to guess 20? Hands. Okay. Okay, can I get a 50? 50. Who guesses 75? 75. Who guesses 100? Who guesses above 100? Who guesses above 150? No one. 155 copilots. 155 copilots, okay. And there's some boring ones, okay? They're not all very interesting, honestly. Like Viva Glint, what's that? Nothing. You don't need to use it. Liquid Copilot, don't use it. Some weird framework. But there's some really good ones. There's really good ones. 3 I use constantly. I'm going to show you a quick demo. GitHub Copilot, magical for devs. Teams Recap Copilot, magical for devs, because now you don't have to go to meetings. Ah, right? So I babysit those copilots, and I'll explain to you my work exactly. This is early days. We've only been making copilots for a year. This is just a year of copiloting. I have never seen this company that I've worked at for 19 years churn code like this. I've seen some teams that I thought did not exist churn code this year. I'm like, you're still alive? Project? You have a copilot? I thought this code was on ice, right? I have never seen petabytes of code churn in a company that's older than me. It is wild to see it. And it is wild to see so many other companies jump on this bandwagon and do this. So, you know what AI is. I don't have to explain it to you, but I just want to refine some terminology. The word we use a lot is LLM, large language model, which is GPT. But I would love for us to change now and start using the term foundation model. Now I'm going to make you all repeat it with me. Say it with me. Foundation model. Foundation model. OK, here's why. Because GPT-4 is not a language model. All of the magic of DALL-E 3, Codex, which generates code, are all merged into GPT-4. OK? You've seen GPT-4 Vision, which can take a picture of something and do stuff with it. Now, foundation model generates many things, not just language. It generates code, images, graphs, videos. GPT Next will generate even more things. Now, it's really important we start using these kind of terminology because all of the other terminology that we're going to have to life coach people on will become even more important. Okay? Prompting, what you do into the UX. Meta prompting, what you do into the actual API call. But it's the same, the exact same. Fine-tuning is retraining the model with your data. A lot of people are like, oh, I fine-tuned this AI. I'm like, no, you didn't. You refined it. That's not fine-tuning. If you're fine-tuning a model, suddenly you're going to have to go through the entire machine learning Python process. Good luck. And then temperature. Temperature is how you say, how random do you want this output to be? 0, very specific, very truthful. 1, creative. Write me a poem about ponies, right? So the key players, right, that I deal with, you know these players. You know OpenAI, ChatGPT. Azure OpenAI service, which is what I work on, it's the enterprise GPT, where you reason over your own company's data. You don't reason over data from Wikipedia to give you results. And Bing Chat Enterprise is the free way to get it, to get a free access to your own enterprise data without your data leaving your tenant and nothing from the external world coming into your data source. Now, I'm going to give you 4 quick demos, and we're not going to sit through all these because I'm sure you've seen some of these. Bing Chat is pretty much like ChatGPT plus but free. So that's why I'm like, you want the same thing but free, you can use Bing Chat Enterprise. Oh, that one was fun because it was write C++ code to reverse a string. I'm like, interviews, hello, this is going to be hilarious, right? Rather than asking people to write code, I ask them to use AI to write code for me now. That's how I do my interviews, because that's what we're going to have to do. I'm like, write code using AI, now drive efficiency into it, get me to Big O Notation 1. This is how I ask questions, and I watch how they use AI to do it, because this is the future. That's how they're going to work. Having them write code from scratch on a whiteboard makes no sense anymore. Edge Copilot, because I'm dyslexic, I can't read large quantities of text. You could do this with a PDF and just say, summarize this into 5 actionable bullet points for me. I use this all the time because I cannot read large quantities of text. OK, this is cool. Teams Copilot meeting recap. I think Zoom has this, other people have this, but I don't see people using it. Dear devs, stop going to meetings, start recapping. Okay? So record a meeting, you get this beautiful recap back, and please ignore all the internal private data I'm showing you. And it also calls out like where somebody called you in a meeting. They're like, I think I'd love to hear from Donna in this. I'm like, oh, got called out at minute 30, I should respond. Because of this, I now I go recap, read 10 meetings, go back and watch the recording of 1. But I'm in Europe for a month. I'm attending exactly 0 Pacific time meetings. I'm just recapping all of them. And I've missed nothing. I've missed absolutely nothing. This is a game changer for developers. Power Automate Copilot. People are like, how do you automate stuff? I'm like, through low code. You figure out what you want to do. Send me a text whenever my boss emails me, because I don't check email anymore, because I have Outlook Copilot for that. I don't go to meetings anymore, because I have Teams Copilot for that. So I just get a text when my boss emails me. And I'm like, yes, on it. Getting right on that. But it generates the flow for you, which is kind of cool. And then, of course, my favorite, GitHub Copilot. How many of you have used GitHub Copilot? OK, a bunch of people in the room. OK, I want to show you GitHub Copilot Chat, which is you just click that thingy, and then the chat window opens up. And then you say, like, what is the purpose of the create completion function? And it'll say, like, what does this do? What does this thing do? And then it'll think about its existence for a minute, and then it'll analyze, and then it'll tell you what it does. This is very useful for legacy code bases, because who likes a legacy code base? No one. And to actually have an answer given to you and act like you're smart because you figured it out, that's pretty cool. I do like that. I appreciate that. So I love GitHub Copilot Chat. But the thing that I think not enough people use is ChatGPT's, they renamed it again, to advanced data analysis. Okay? This is very useful, and I recommend you try it. It's in, ChatGPT Plus. So you go to the top there, and you drop it down, and you say, you upload a file, whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. It can be an Excel, a Power BI, an image, whatever. And you say, analyze it and give me something. So I was hiring, and I needed interview questions, but I didn't want to come up with them. So I uploaded the job description, and I said, generate me 5 good interview questions. And it gave me pretty good ones. This is really good for images. It's really good for analyzing large swatches of data. So really fun hack. Soon this will come to normal ChatGPT, but it is a thing that I really recommend you try out if you haven't. Now, there are certain things AI is good for, but not everything, right? Not everything. I was helping some customer support people last week, a few weeks ago, and they said, how can I even start? And I said, start with something really simple and really basic. Like any customer support desk has the exact same problem, which is tickets come in, they have to categorize the tickets. It's right now some poor schmo's job to categorize the tickets into categories and say, this is website, this is returns, this is general complaints, etc. Use AI, the actual categorization technique, to say, these keywords put here, these keywords put here, these keywords put here. Just do that, because that's cleared up people from doing this horribly mind-numbing, boring thing. Then get creative and do the other things. Analyze the info in the ticket. Get answers easily from various data sources. Like upload these data sources and give me an answer to this question. Summarize these workarounds. Create a first draft. Automate these tasks. These are the kinds of things AI is good for. Repetitive, boring, things you could do a million times. Something where you can spot an error very easily because you're an expert. I do believe that everyone has a role to play in the AI verse. It doesn't matter where you lay on the technical scale. A lot of people think that, oh, I don't really have a role to play because I'm not a machine learning expert. I'm not a machine learning expert. I'm a C++ dev. And people who are machine learning experts tell you not everyone needs to be one. Because very rarely are you going to be building a model, training a model, fine-tuning a model. Very rarely. If you are going to be doing it, learn machine learning, right? And these are two people I work with who are machine learning experts. And they will tell you that documenting AI models for things you need to know is probably the biggest chunk of change in their job. They will also tell you, please check your sources. Don't just ask for sources, but check them. Because ultimately, AI is kind of like that one drunk friend you have who's really smart, but damn do they spout nonsense, right? Who has that friend? All of you have that friend, yeah. We're in the Balkans, we all have that friend, trust me. No shade on Balkans, I say this in every country. It's true though, there's a lot of hallucinations. There are ways to reduce it, but that's a whole art and science of itself. I can talk to you for 1 hour on how to reduce hallucinations, and then in the next minute, I'm like, well, that didn't work. The second role is the actual expert in the problem space. You probably work with these people in your companies often. They're the people in HR, legal, finance, operations. They understand the issues, but they're not necessarily technical. But they need to be part of the equation because they understand the customer, they understand the problem, they understand a good solution, they understand an amazing solution. And they're the people you want to pull closer. So when you're building a solution for them, they're actually going to use it versus flinging some AI thing over the wall and they have no idea how to use it or why you're giving this to them. The third one is probably where most of you fall in, which is the builder. They're the one who are going to design the solution by talking to the business expert. They're going to research existing tools and build a prototype. You're going to get user feedback and build the final version. This is probably where you are. Your job as a product maker is exactly the same as it's always been, just probably working with the experts a little bit more because this problem is so much more personal. Then the fourth role is a new job. And it's an evolution of old school tester because now it's got a bunch of fancy new titles. Tester, so last year. Red teamer, so this year. Guess how much red teamers get paid? Lots of money, that's how much. So, validator, red teamer, admin, deployer, you're going to see lots of job titles start popping up for this. You're going to see a lot of job titles. So go do a search term on red teamer. You'll see so many jobs pop up. And this is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful space for any of you who come from a liberal arts background. Because we need expertise of people from not tech to make this tech not suck, honestly. And these are the people, they make sure that the solution actually solves the problem correctly, right? Not bad, deploys to the right people, and most importantly, teaches people to use it. The biggest problem we're going to have with AI is that the timeline of how long things take is dramatically different. Nowadays, how AI is going to work is getting your data together so you can actually use AI on it will take 40% of your time. Building the thing, most of it's very low code. It's only going to take 20% of your time. Teaching people to use it will take 40% of your time. That's what we're seeing across the board, 155 co-pilots worth of data at this point. And these are technical people we're teaching this to, but no one knows how to use it to maximize its fullest power. No one knows how to check sources. No one knows how to do any of these things that are new concepts. So this validator, deployer, red teamer role will be the most important role because it's new and it touches the human the most. So you're going to start seeing experts being hired to train models. So keep an eye for these things. Look at the requirements. Proficient in physics, not computer science, in physics. You're going to see, I saw anthropology expert, archaeology expert, French expert. These are what we're seeing when we need, and say like, review pairs of physics problems and tell us which is good. Because hell if a bunch of machine learning people can tell you about physics, no. So you're going to see so many other people being hired to train AI models. And it's about to get really exciting to see so many people start getting into the tech space. A question I get asked a lot about is responsible AI. I'm a huge believer in responsible AI because it's not just about ethics. It's about all of the things that make companies and data protected. So let's go through them really quickly. One is, of course, fairness, which is race and gender, making sure there's equitable AI products being made. Second one is reliability and safety. This is, if you ask your AI a question that it wasn't trained to do, please do not give terrible answers. Like if you're building a chef AI and someone's like, how do you make a poison? Do not give that answer. Thank you. I know you're not trained to not give the answer, but don't give it. Third, your data is yours, privacy and security. Your data does not leave the premises of this box, and nothing from the outside world enters, right? Nothing exits, nothing enters, if that's how you set up your product to be. Inclusiveness, this is accessibility for people with disabilities, and also ageism. Ageism is a major, major thing in AI. Transparency, being very clear. These answers are AI generated, dear customer. If you have a question, please consult the human in the loop, which is the last one, accountability. Making sure there's a feedback option so the human in the loop can either review the feedback or do something about it. But these are responsible AI principles from Microsoft. Every company is going to have their own. They're all going to be very, very similar. But if you're implementing AI in your business, make sure you have a set of responsible AI principles. Most of these laws, by the way, they already exist, because we've already gone through this rigmarole with cloud and data. And most of this is relevant to Europe and the US and Canada. So if you look up, if you're a real compliance person, which I'm not, but I know all of these laws, you can find that most of the data protection work has already been done for you. So I built an accessibility copilot for my previous team. And the responsible AI practices I put in were, I stated clearly that this is an AI product. I said, I'm an AI agent. I only answer accessibility questions. I called the moderation endpoint to filter out any hate speech or anything strong bias. I set the temperature variable to low to prevent randomness, because I don't need speculation and fiction about accessibility. I just need to answer questions like which screen reader is best. I explained the reasoning behind the answers. And these are all things you just set in code. I said, explain your reasoning. Why did you come to this? Cite your sources. And then I like to have a human validate that these answers are real. So for the top 50 questions that are asked, we had a human validate the answers, and then we let the AI actually answer things on its own. But we went through a whole process. It was not something we turned on overnight. We said only for these 50 questions. And now it's actually quite accurate. And my code chunk literally looks like this. And I'm not kidding. It's basic JavaScript. Call the OpenAI create completion API, and you can see that the prompt is exactly what I put there. I set the temperature to 0. I upped the tokens to 4,000, by the way, not 60. And my data source said, I'm not kidding, Donna's legit data sources.txt, because I didn't know what I was doing at the time. So I took all of our internal accessibility guides, links to them, put them in a text file, and that was the data source I used. And that was it. AI is not a high-code activity. It's just not, which is going to be kind of funny for us, because most of our work is now going to be here and not here. Most of it's going to be figuring out where are our data sources, is it good? Okay, built it. How do I teach people to use it? Because teaching people to use this has taken me 1 year. Building it took an hour. It took a day. Getting the data together took a while. So just from these experiences, I'll tell you, the number of people I'm going around the world and talking to about supercharging their careers is everywhere. This first one, I was in Australia, the Australia government. Second one, I was in the UK talking to young grads. Third one, these are people who work with accessibility. But everyone has a chance to supercharge their careers with AI. So I would love for all of you to look at yourself or your business at this scale. To look at this scale and think about where you're at right now. Are you at level 1, where you've tried out a few tools and it's fairly sporadic, unspecific usage? Are you at level 2, where you've adopted a product? You've taken it home like a pet. You use it daily, weekly. This is part of your life now. Is it the third thing, where you've extended an AI product with your own data, and you're doing interesting things like meta-prompting, fine-tuning, retrieval augmented generation, or plugins? Or have you built your own AI product from an existing model, level 4? Or are you building and training your own models, level 5? Think about where you're at, and think about how you can raise your level by one of these steps in the next 3 to 6 months, because that will elevate your business like nothing you've ever seen. What I'm working on is I am babysitting our copilots. Adopt a copilot, like, some things are good out of the box, like GitHub Copilot, Security Copilot, Azure, Power BI, etc. Fine. Extend copilots through these things called plugins, like Dynamics, Power Platform, Azure OpenAI Services, ground in your own data. Take an out-of-the-box Copilot, ground in your own data. And the third one is using the Copilot stack to build your own, doing it through low-code or high-code. And I spend all my time in that middle one, because no one is really at the point where they're ready to build their own AI products. Every company wants to ground in their own data, but no one is ready to go out there and say, yeah, I'm going to build my own from scratch. Very few. So because it's me, there's always homework, and I have 4 homework assignments for you all today. 1, learn to ask good questions. This is where being a human is very useful. How would you ask questions and prompt somebody who is an intern from last summer? Think about your intern from last summer. They're not an expert, they're not the brightest, they can be cajoled to do stuff, but they need a little bit of help, right? Second, get your data information. If you want to do AI in your business next year, you got to get your data information this year. I like different data lakes for different problems. HR gets a data lake, finance gets a data lake. Otherwise, it's chaos, and then you're worried about data security. Third, figure out your skilling and governance plan. How are you going to teach people to use this? Because that's going to take a very long time. And what does governance look like? Who can go and implement AI products in your company? Who can just download stuff? Who can put data into this box? Because what you need is everyone in your company putting the data into the box you've created and not anything else in the world. And 4, think of one business process that you'd like to make simpler or take less time. And that's it. Something that's simpler, less time. Choose something that you know very well. So if the AI product is doing a totally terrible job of it, you're able to see that. The big mistake people do is they go pick some process they're not good at, and then they're not able to say that this AI is doing it better or not. But the quickest way to measure efficiency of an AI product is to say, it took me X much time. With AI, it's X divided by 2, because you are the expert. So if you'd like to join my Copilot cult crew, marketing says stop calling it a cult, and stay up to date on all things AI and Copilots at Microsoft, you can join me at aka.ms/li Copilot crew. It's a LinkedIn Copilot crew. But I wish you all the best. And just keep in mind, Nokia flip phone era, we're in the early days. Please go forth and do the thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna, for the inspirational talk. Personally, I'm not going to look at AI the same way as before. So we're going to have 10 minutes break, and we're back for our next talk. Thank you.
Hi. Hello, I want to present the next speaker. So he's a DevOps engineering lead at Intellias. In his career, he's worked with a lot of companies and growing startups, helping them bring their visions into life as beautiful digital products. Today, he'll share with us his insights on cloud cost optimization. As he says, money is not a problem, the amount is. Taras, the stage is yours.
Hello, thank you for coming. It's really nice to see you here. So my presentation is about money and money in cloud. But before we begin, let's say hello to my imaginated friend, FinOps. Actually, FinOps is more framework, or if you want to say methodology, that currently used to optimize cloud cost for entry of organization. In general, in our days, FinOps is very valuable person from the perspective of money, his service cost, and money that he can bring the company for the compensation of their cloud cost investment. The purpose of FinOps is to create a culture and framework and implement it inside of organization. So according to our vision, FinOps should work under the cost optimization. But if we will take some research about what FinOps actually do, they create a culture. FinOps create a visibility under the cloud cost consumption. They manage, report, budgets, and only 20% of FinOps work is really related to optimizing cloud cost. So some people say that money is not the most important topic in the world. The love is. Fortunately, my friend and me, both we love money. Let's talk about money first. The median salary for FinOps is something like 150,000 per year. So it's a little bit more than DevOps for the current market. And it's related to current situation in the market. Market overheated, a lot of the company work in cloud, a lot of company provide service, and all we are use this cloud technology. So everybody want to have more benefits from the cloud and spend as less money as it possible. So from the current market, the cheapest FinOps you can find in LATAM region, in Colombia and Argentina. It will be some specific for hiring there, so you need to make a really good technical interview, but in the end, the quality will be approximately the same as in Europe, as in United States, but the payment will be almost 2 times less than higher FinOps in Europe. And let's say hello to me. I'm not FinOps, I'm engineering lead. So currently I work as DevOps engineering lead for Intellias company. And entire my career for 20 years in IT, I work with budgets and with money. So 15 years from this 20 years, I work in FinTech and was responsible for different payment solution, for support of the solution, for optimizing, delivery to production, and everything about payment, everything about money. That's why this topic is very familiar to me. And let's play the game for beginning. So the legend for game is very easy. If this pattern is well known for you, if you heard about this pattern before, you just say yeah after question. If not, if it's not your history, if you never heard about it, you just say nah after question. So the first pattern. Management buying new tools, something very expensive, for example, for monitoring, even without consultants with your team before create this purchase. Yeah or nah? Yeah, really. So the pattern that mostly of people, I think, meet in the daily routine. Solution work pretty good on dev, but when it's released on production, it's work not so good as expected. But now it's a problem of operation. On dev it's work fine, and operation should solve this problem on production. Yeah or no? And one more pattern. To solve any question, any topic, or any performance issue, just add more resources, and it will work fine. Yeah or no? Cool. And the last one, it's my favorite, when money is not a problem at all. So you can release on production, it's the main thing, and money is not a problem and not a question. Yeah or no? Nah. So this is exact case that I meet during my career in previous year, and it's the most interesting. So let's start from the history of cost optimization. In the beginning of my enterprise journey, everything was very, very easy. It was a horizontal and vertical scaling. You need more resources, you will add more servers or more blade to your rack. There is no free space on your rack, you need to buy one more rack. And of course, you have only problem with cooling, with power supply, and with bills for all this stuff. But even in this time, investment to support all this hardware and software sometimes was cost much more than the software and hardware it's all. For example, history about my friend, not me. So he ordered one huge IBM rack for the data center, and when rack was delivered after the half year from IBM, my friend realized that it's not possible to put it on elevator and to deliver it on the 6th floor. So in the data room, we need to make a hole in the roof and use some special techniques to move the server rack inside. The good idea was to create a huge window instead of new wall there, because in 1 year or a little bit even less, we will need to deliver a second rack, the same like this. So, and this construction work, it cost almost the same price as hardware itself. And even after all this stuff, it was some electricity cut, it was some problem with power supply, with generator, and it was the outage of data rooms. And after all this hardware year, we start to work in cloud. So cloud journey was interesting to company because everybody wanted to go to cloud, and it was the trend, like artificial intelligence now. So company want to go to the cloud to have a nice press release that they use cloud for these resources. Engineers want to go to cloud to have an additional line in the CV that they use cloud product and they totally know about it. So it was a time of the huge mess. For example, my friends implement one payment solution in cloud as a minimum valuable product to see how it's work, to give a client overview that it's work much better than on-prem, and it's easy to scale, and there is no limitation of the number of CPU and memory. So you can scale it however you want. So a client decided to check this opportunity, and he created a load testing. Load testing started somewhere in Friday in the middle of the day, where we not work as engineers, and finished in Monday morning when we returned to work and realized that cloud bill is something like 1 year spending for research and development in Azure Cloud. So it was used just for the 1 weekends. Yes, AWS handles a lot, no problem, but we don't have the money for the rest of the year for our research and development at cloud. So we will need to make a pause. And what about now? Currently, almost all companies use the cloud for their products. In case of company use on-prem or some data storage, it's usually related to some legacy or to some specific work. But currently, we're on optimization stage. Optimization stage is the best part for my friends, for FinOps, to work for optimization and to reduce cloud computing bills. Also to solve scalability questions and vendor lock, because some companies start to work with one vendor, for example, AWS. And with huge infrastructure with AWS, now it's almost impossible to separate this infrastructure between different cloud providers. And soon enough, it will be the update of prices in cloud. So it will be very great to have cloud agnostic solution. And FinOps operation, of course, can work under all this risk to evaluate it and to explain customer where you need to invest to cloud agnostic solution and when it will be okay to use only one cloud. Let's talk a little bit about cloud market. So in the first quarter of this year, only the revenue of our cloud providers was around the $60 billion. It's only the revenue. And it grows so fast, something like 10, sometimes 15% per year. And it's only revenue for 1 quarter. And if we will look for the prices, it's $600 billion per year. It's almost the price, it's almost the market price for the old tobacco industry markets in 2021. Now it's a little bit better, now it's a little bit more, but still, not everyone in this room smoke, but everyone use cloud products. So in any case, this cloud price will increase and increase for every year. And unfortunately, currently we're on stage where a lot of cloud providers use some special program to make a new customer, to create a new customer, or to move new customer to the cloud. For example, AWS create a MAP, Migration Acceleration Program. They pay third-party vendors for migration of different companies and use of AWS cloud. And for companies, they propose a free credits. Starting from the end of the year, compensation for this migration will be not the full coverage, but only 10%. And starting from the next year, it will be no credit money for these companies that already migrated to cloud. So it's the market-specific time. In case if some companies use this program and migrate to cloud and they are not cloud agnostic, so in any case, they will need to use the cloud and they will need to optimize their cost. Let's return to optimization. The most important topic from my side, you should know your stakeholders, people who are interested in cloud optimization in your company. And here is no any other interested in cloud optimization from one part, but usually not. Operation want to create a nice product and don't want to care about this product, do not want to have an on-call. They want to have scalability with this product with some additional resources. So everything will be easy scalable, and of course it will be overprocessed and use more resources that it's definitely need. Almost the same for monitoring team. Usually monitoring team responsible only to create monitor and create some alarming, and they want to prevent the issue when it will be too much resource consumption. That's why they will add some additional resource. Regarding the compliance and regulation, only one time in the whole history of my work, compliance and regulation was helpful in the cost optimization topic. For everything else, for implementation, for example, of new product stack, of new technology, compliance and regulation was a huge pain because you need to improve your product and you need to use new technology, and compliance say, oh, sorry, we don't have experience with this technology. Let's share an experience first. Let's find somebody who can support it in our organization first, and then you as contractor will be able to improve this technology. And almost the same for decision maker. It seems like it's very easy to say to decision maker, oh, hello, I want to reduce price of your cloud bill like for 10%, and you will have a few thousand hundreds of euro or dollars for any other stuff. But sometimes, unfortunately, it's not work. And here is a real-time story, real-life story. So one of companies that my friends consult with revenue about 200 billion per year and operational revenue of 35 billions want to create a product. It's something like Apple website do. They want to replace 200 vendors that provide a digital solution with one of their product. And I joined this journey almost 2 months before release on production. Company have a huge problem and they even don't have the operational readiness model for release to production. So the main topic was to release onto production in time. And money was not a problem, cost was not a problem at all. Only release to production. There is no time to improve something, there is no time to fix bug. We need to release to production first and then we can do everything. And nothing worked. So we understand that resource was overestimated and it was additionally fixed by technical lead of company and to give the best possible experience for market. So when company released the product on the market, the price only for one market was something like $2 million for cloud payment for 1 month. And the return from market was a little bit less than 100,000 per month. So you can evaluate that this product from the operational point of view have no sense at all. But we will return to the story. So in case if we want to implement this cost optimization in our organization or propose it as a consulting service to other cost optimization, we need to know about stages and efforts that we create. The first, of course, it will be assessment. In case if you want to implement it in your organization, I think that you know everything about our organization, everything about process, how it's working inside, and everything about technical stack. But from consultant's perspective, everything starting from assessment. When we analyze cloud usage, when we create a proper documentation, if there is no any network diagrams or architecture overview, we create it first. We do all this preparation to make a best possible proposal for setting up the optimization cost, because we know we need to know a technical stack, and of course we need to know a business to realize what is the most important for company and what is the less important. Then we create a proposal and discuss this proposal with customer. Usually it takes up to 5 days of time to give a, if you will give a very nice proposal from the initial, for example, the spending for the cloud infrastructure will be deducted on the 50%. Then usually customers say, okay, let's just do it. We don't need to discuss anything. In case if it will be the long part, for example, it will be re-engineering of product, it will be some changes in services, it will be decommission of some services, replace them with microservice architecture. Of course, you need to discuss it with customer in advance. And then implementation. It can be a short-term implementation to fix the most critical resource consumption and make the steps as fast as possible. And it can be a roadmap for a future implementation that will take 1 or 2 years and will work and will give the benefits only in long-term period. As a result, it will be the cloud computer bill reduced. And now let's return to our story for a huge customer who released to production their services without any problem with money, with cost, and so on. So the compliance of customer check cloud computing bill and say, oh, it's too much. And we release it only in one market and we have 100 market more. So in case if every market will cost us several millions dollars, it will be disaster. Let's do something very quick. So we start from assessment and we start to analyze how it's actually work. And even before any technical changes, we find that customer thinks that everybody who orders the tenant inside of this market from business is a customer. And they need to provide a best possible service for everyone. So no question, and there was no business analytic about the market. How many customers, what is the number of requests per second expected? So they just want to provide the best possible experience for everybody, and it was the business decision. And it's all. So my friends lead DevOps and security in this project. So he have access to some stuff and he have a power to decide. And it was decided to create a t-shirt sizing. So first of all, some instances that was not in use for like a week or more period just was decommissioned with notification to their owners. For everything else, my friends create a notification to customer that we realize under the log that usage of your tenants is some number of requests per second maximum. So we create a size of tenant that easily support existed loads, and if you want to improve the load or improve performance, you just need to create one request to support and it will be done almost automatically. And this kind of changes with only implementation of t-shirt sizing reduce customer platform bill from $2,500 per day to $120 per day. So no any re-engineering, no any change inside of services, no any implementation, even indexes, just creation of t-shirt sizing. And after customer sees so much improvement, they say, okay, let's do implementation, do everything you need, do everything you want, just give such result to all our services. And regarding the assessment, to make these changes, to collect all this information, first thing that you need to discuss with your customer is about access to your service. In case of we talk about cloud, there is a specific list of services that you need to access to make possible cloud optimization. I will talk a little bit less specifically for every of this cloud. So from the proposal point of view, absolutely need to discuss with your customer work that need to be done by customer or work that need to be done together with customers. Because sometimes it's a surprise. Customers think that they hire a consultant and consultant will do all the job. And it's enough to have some payment to consultant and it's enough to wait for a few sprints until it will be implemented. So here is a few examples. You ask the customer to identify stakeholder and to grant access, as it was on the previous slide. For everything else, you do some work together. You define the goals, objectives, you will learn about business from customer, and you will prioritize these changes with customers. So everything else you will do only with you or yourself or with your team, and you just create a roadmap for customer when wait for implementation, so they know about it. What is the most important? The most important is utilization tracking and to have observability under the product. Without observability, it's almost impossible to implement right sizing. So for observability, usually every cloud provide its own tool, or you can use some free tool like Elasticstack and so on to have the utilization tracking. Additionally to utilization tracking, it will be great to have a tagging to understand what exact part of your infrastructure or company or team use these resources. And based on this information, it will be very easy to create a right sizing. Of course, right sizing is a very technical question, and we'll return to it a little bit later. There is a different technologies, there is a different tools that allow you to create right sizing. And reserve instances. Instance reservation for 3 years give you opportunity to reduce your custom platform bills for the 30%. You have some limitation. For example, if you reserve some instances, you will need to use it during the 3 years, but it gives up to 30% discount without any re-engineering, without any update to your services. You just need to stick to this plan and use it. And for nowadays, starting from this year, AWS, the same as Microsoft, allows a flexible usage. So you can reserve your instances for the 3 year, and in the same time, after the half year, you can change the deal. It's work almost the same as Martage. So you have some contract in beginning, but after some period, you're able to discuss it with cloud provider and to change it. For example, new architecture or new CPU were delivered to cloud, and by some reason you need to use exact this CPU. We have this pattern, we contact with Microsoft, and we easily update our plan for implementation. And automation. Of course, automation is everywhere. So the easiest example of automation is to shut down your development and QA infrastructure during the night when nobody uses it and when there is no test. So with automation, it's very easy to create something like 30, 50, or even more % cost deduction on your low environment, dev, QA, stage, production. So you just need to shut down, or you just need to scale down when you don't use it. And the same for automation for scalability. You can update your production, you can scale on your production only when it's needed. And when it's not needed, it can work on the less resource possible. Not the less important is usage of the spot instances. Usage of spot instances, especially for the low environment, will give you a huge benefits in price. So yes, from one hand, you cannot use it when do you want it exactly, but from other hand, the 90% of coverage for your work time routine, you can use it without any problem. And then about cost allocation. So in case if you have the proper tagging under your environment, the proper tagging under your cloud resources, you can easily determine what resources are very important for you. For example, what is the main services for production, what is the core services, and you can leave these core services without any changes until you will work with other services that are not so important, and until you have a good model of cost optimization and a good model for change of these services. Same for other team. For example, research and development team, in case if you have a not so great budget for resource development, can use limited resources compared to your production implementation. But still, it's possible to implement all the stuff in limited resources. Regarding the government policy of budget, yes, now is the age when everybody implements it, because it's very important from the point of view of future cost reduction. In case if you implement cost reduction once, you need to be sure that everything will work the same for the year and nobody will change it. So you will need to make this cost optimization again in just 1 month or 2 months or half year. That's why you need to use some governments and policies. So all these governments and policies actually already created by cloud providers, and they exist on the Microsoft and on AWS well architecture framework, so you can usually use it. And optimization tool. It's a separate topic to discussion. The best optimization tool for the clouds, the tools that you have and the tools that you know how to use. So from the statistic, about the cloud optimization and FinOps culture, we can see that resource utilization tracking is the most used by all the respondents, and the same for budget management. So everybody wants to have observability under their resource, and then have some budget to pre-discuss it with company leads or with customers, and then follow this budget. And when we talk about third-party tools, it's a lot of different third-party tools that can help you in optimization. But as I said before, observability is the key for it. In case if you implement observability with these tools, then possible, yes, you will need to use it because it's the best way and you already use this tool for observability. In case if you have no any tools for optimization cost in clouds, you can use native tool. It definitely will be enough and you do not need to buy something new. According to the research from the Foresters, the total economic for the only Microsoft cost management and billing tool usage is about the 50%, only by implementing recommendation from this tool in Microsoft. And the statistic for tools usage. As you see, native tool from Azure, for AWS, and from Google is the most used by everyone. And on the first place is a homegrown tool. From my experience 10 years ago, we almost don't have any observability under the budget by cloud management tooling. It was worked not so good, and there was no advisors as they exist now. So it was a time when we create our homegrown tools that show us our cloud cost from different cloud providers, from our on-prem, and aggregate all the stuff for one dashboard. Currently, this homegrown tool can be done with Elastic Stack Monitoring, for example, with Grafana, with API call to different clouds. It's very easy to do, and there is even some examples of implementation of these tools without necessary to buy something new. But from the old tools, the Appio and the Datadog is the most used. And again, the reason of usage of these tools, for example, for Datadog, because it's the most interesting and most used tool for observability in cloud and all. And from the statistic of usage different tools, again, the native tools is the most used as a primary tools for everybody. And the second place is the homegrown tool. Some company use it still, but they plan to they do not have a plan to support it in future. For example, as company of my friends, they have a very nice tool, they created more than 10 years ago, they still use it, but they understand that current tool for every cloud can cover all the stuff regarding the operation cost in clouds, and they do not need to invest anymore in the development of their own homegrown tool. That's why they can stop to develop it. Some tool I can recommend. So working as a DevOps, I'm really fan of infrastructure as a code approach, and I use Terraform everywhere where it's possible, especially for the multi-cloud purpose. And I can recommend you InfraCost tool. This tool will give you ability, first of all, to see value of your changes, and second of all, to have in GitHub for every commit, for every changes, amount of resource consumption that will be updated and will be changed. In case if your department that's responsible for finance will have some question, why do we increase or how do we decrease the cloud cost consumption? It can be very easy to find this request just in Git. Even to create a dashboard that will show you all your changes, all your merge requests, and the amount of money that this merge request change for the tool. So definitely recommend these tools. It's absolutely free. It's very easy to use. And especially if you use GitHub, it's very easy to integrate. And a few words about how to start to work in different providers, in different cloud providers, in case if you still not done it. So for AWS, we have a well-architectured framework and well-architectured lab for this framework. This lab will give you initial information about how to use well-architectured framework and how to use cost deduction via this well architecture framework. It will allow you to create two strategies. The short implementation strategy, like what points can be implemented right now to decrease cloud cost, and the long-term implementation strategy that related to well-architecture framework from the perspective of Microsoft, how to implement services, where to use microservices, where you do not use microservices, and instead you want to use only monolith. All this information in well-architecture framework. And additionally, it's a finance management guide from AWS that have a very good description and step-by-step of actually all information that I previously give, especially for AWS. And of course, they have an advisor. In architecture sense, there is a cost optimization advisor. It analyzes your cost automatically, and it will give you suggestion of potential monthly saving. For example, in case if you use some instances and they load it for the 50%, and there is no public traffic on these instances, you work with them only from VPN, this advisor realizes that it's your low environment. And in case if you low environment, it proposes you a different payment model for this low environments. As an example for these spot instances. So very easy to use, very easy to see difference in cost that will be before and after implementation. And of course, it gives opportunity like a blue-green deploy to implement it only for the part of infrastructure and then compare the difference in productivity and in costs. What about Azure? Microsoft has the same Azure Well Architecture Framework, and cost optimization training is a part of this framework. Actually, Microsoft have a very good framework from the perspective of advice that they give, and of course they have very nice tools that can automatically analyze your cost, create a budget that you can handle, and create advice for you for this budget managing. For example, advisor can give you and categorize different recommendations and estimate the prices for this recommendation implementation in real time. So right after you implement it, it can recalculate your budget for a future period, and you will just see the future difference in your budget trend. So very easy to use, almost the same 8 ways to optimize infrastructure that I discussed. But all this work from a box, all this work automatically and with nice user interface in Microsoft. Thank you. It was everything from my part, and we still have a few minutes for your questions.
All right. Thank you for the presentation, first of all. Which is the service which you find the usual culprit of the most unexpected cost in what you see in, say, Amazon and Azure?
Databases. Usually, it's not possible to scale database automatically, and everybody wants to prevent the issue when they have a blocker on the will have a performance problem in database, and database will be the most resource consumption from the perspective of service reliability. So the good observability under the database transactions will give you a few benefits. So first of all, you can prevent any traffic, unexpected traffic increase on your database. When the traffic will be increased, you can use some tools, for example, automatically Terraform implementation from monitoring to scale your database. It will be not automatically database scaling from cloud provider. It will be triggered, but still, in Microsoft and in Azure for RDS database, it works fine without any downtime.
Okay, how about CloudWatch?
CloudWatch actually, it's an aggregator of everything in logs. If we talk about the price for the log handling, you can use, for example, hot and cold storage for CloudWatch log. Or in case if you use multi-clouds, and sometimes you can use multi-cloud with some on-prem storage. For example, for a couple of our customers, we store all cold logs not in AWS and Amazon Cloud, but on Hamster Cloud. So we move everything outside of Amazon for more than 1 week, because we do not need to analyze old logs that for more than 1 week. And in case if we need to analyze it, we just use Grafana instead of CloudWatch.
Is the moral of the story that you don't have to think about the cost of your project upfront? Like, because this is kind of how I interpret the story that you said, okay, they didn't think about cost, and then at the end they launched it. It was absurdly costly, and then you managed to do the optimizations. Or there is another like side to the story, like a practice to somehow incorporate this kind of cost, like thinking about cost, capacity planning in the design. Because certain decisions are hard to revert at the end. Give an example. There was a decision taken to use Kinesis, AWS Kinesis. Turned out to be a very bad decision from a cost perspective, because Kinesis, like apart from how cost effective it is, you pay a certain amount per topic, and this was not good for the overall architecture. It has a lot of topics, and a lot of them are not very well utilized. So like, is there any efficient way to do FinOps kind of early in the process?
So here we're back to question of our stakeholders. In case you can find the proper stakeholder and explain that implementation of analysis pre-production release is very important, and for us we can use R&D or research right before production, and it will cost for us time and money. And at the same time, the operational cost of production infrastructure will be less, and your stakeholder will agree with it, then yes, it will be very easy. But usually business have different vision. Business know what valuable for them and where do they get money from. And they do not want to reduce possibility of low performance or everything else in this part. They want to provide as better service as possible, and reduction, for example, of $10,000, $20,000 is not so important as reputation, as possibility of reputation risks. So in case you will deal with your stakeholder, and you will have more time and more investment for research and development to create the best possible product of concept, for example, with Kinesis, without Kinesis, with some different stack, and then you can compare and select what works better. In case if you have no time, in case if you're limited of resources, then of course usually some architectural decision taken that we use exactly this technology, and right after production implementation it can be realized that it costs much more than it's expected in the beginning.
Okay, thank you guys. We're out of time. Thank you, Taras. It was an insightful session. The next session will start in 10 minutes.
Thanks a lot.
Да им дадем секунда-две. Okay, so let's start. Our next speaker is a QA lead at LimeChain. For the past 6 years, her professional journey has been deeply rooted in the field of test automation, reflecting both her professional focus and passionate interests. In her session today, she'll guide us in examining different tools and challenges related to quality assurance in the realm of blockchain technology. Welcome to Alexandrina Todorova.
Thank you. As they already mentioned, hey everyone, I'm Alex and I'm a QA lead at LimeChain. I have 6 years behind my back of technical experience, so currently, as I already mentioned, I'm diving deep in the blockchain world. So I have a wide background in the IoT industry. And last year I was actually on this stage talking about automating web services using mock devices and simulation of smart gadgets. And today we are switching gears and I will share a bit more about what life looks like of a blockchain QA enthusiast. At the beginning of this year, I joined LimeChain, a Bulgarian Web3 company. What's even more intriguing is the fact that I started at LimeChain with zero blockchain experience. And as well, I was the very first QA of the company, and what even more intriguing is that I also happen to be the first QA in my current project called Hedera. In a nutshell, Hedera is a network which can be described as an alternative to the Ethereum blockchain network, which is sitting comfortably on the 30th place of the most used blockchain networks. So, I mentioned a couple of times blockchain, Web3, and I think that I should open a bracket first. What do I mean by Web3? Since its inception in the late 20th century, the internet has come a long way. Web 1 is what we call the internet early days. You probably remember them when the websites were static with static text and images, and content creation was dedicated only to software engineers. The users were not able to interact between each other, and the context was not able to be created by the users. And Web 2. Web 2 is the time when people started to communicate between each other. There were a lot of advertisings, and as well, it gave birth to the social medias that we're currently using a lot. Web 3. Gavin Wood, who is the Polkadot founder and Ethereum co-founder, coined the term Web 3 in 2014. It stands for a new vision of an ecosystem of internet-based services which are built around the distributed ledger technologies such as blockchain. And it is different in a way because current structure is servers that are centralized, controlled by vast tech corporations. And the future of the internet, the Web3, actually emphasizes the decentralization. And how many of you own some crypto? Some. That's it? Okay. I have some as well. And interesting fact is that around 10% of the global population that is using internet owns some kind of crypto. And as of March 2023, there are around 300,000 daily Bitcoin transactions per day, while its biggest rival, Ethereum, counts over 1 million transactions per day. And how many of you associate blockchain exclusively with cryptocurrencies? 1, 2. That's one hand or two? Okay. So that was my assumption before I joined the Web3 sector, that Web3 blockchain is cryptocurrency. That's it. But this is one of the most prevalent myths, that it is related to cryptocurrencies and finance applications such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, DeFi, and NFTs. It is used in wide industries such as banking, healthcare, manufacturing, and real estate. And a lot of Web2 companies are currently integrating more and more Web3 solutions in their businesses in order to use the advantages it provides. So if you're currently working in a Web2 company, doesn't mean that you will not have the chance to develop or test in the Web3 world. So, blockchain is pretty simple. Let's say that it's a network consisting of blocks that are constantly changing and growing, and they are adapting to the industry needs. And it is a record of transactions, and in conjunction with the medical sector, we can say that it can be records of medical data, such as patient vitals, medical device logs, and even the temperature of a medicine between its shipment. So when the block is filled with information, it is adjoined to the previously created blocks, which is giving security and allows people to access the information from anywhere, anytime. Blockchain is a specific type. Blockchain testing actually is a specific type of testing. It requires the QA engineers to have a deep understanding of the blockchain technologies and its components, such as blocks, nodes, smart contract, consensus mechanism, transactions, and wallets. And so I delved deeply into researching what are the technologies, what is actually related to the technology, what are the tools that are used there, and most popular programming languages. As you know, being the first QA of a project is quite a challenge, because you need to think of the best solution that will fit the project in the long term. You need to think of something scalable, and yeah, quality assurance. As I dive deeply into the technologies, or perhaps driven by the increased need of QA engineers in my company, an interesting question came up on my mind. How many QA engineers do I know? Hundreds, probably. And this field is proven to be an excellent field for career development, even for people that do not have extensive technical background. Among those people, you will find people that are currently working as QA engineers, but they pre-qualified from different professions, such as doctors, architects, and so on. You're aware of that. One thing I was not able to, it was not coming on my mind. A single person that is currently actively engaged on a QA role in Web3 blockchain. So that's the origin of the idea for this lecture, to provide you with a first-hand glimpse about what life looks like of a blockchain QA enthusiast. And yeah, I've made my own research. How many people are in Bulgaria actively engaged on a QA role? Around 30 people. And globally, this number is even, yeah, you think of the market, it's a big market, so worldwide there are less than 7,000 people. So it's not very popular to be a QA in blockchain. And since all the testing principles that we already know are used in blockchain, there are some tools and assumptions that for testing that are adapted to the specific characteristic of the blockchain. Like the test automation. Let's say that testing in Web 2 or Web 3 is the same thing. But what if we want to test decentralized applications? Those are the applications that are based on the blockchain networks. Then we will need to do some MetaMask testing integration, but if we use some of the frameworks such as Selenium, Playwright, or Cypress, we are not able to do that. And I already mentioned MetaMask. MetaMask is a crypto application. It is actually the most used crypto application, which allows us to store, swap cryptocurrencies, to interact with the Ethereum blockchain ecosystem, and as well to host decentralized applications. And since, for example, Cypress is not enough for automating such scenario, there is one wrapper around Cypress, which is called Simpress. And what it does is, in its before method, it is installing MetaMask plugin. So all the needed steps for the automation of the test are remaining the same as in Web 2. And here are some of the most popular frameworks. Let's say that if you're coming from Web 2 and you're starting your career in Web 3, Hardhat is most probably the tool that you choose for starting point, because you can easily automate smart contracts using JavaScript with Mocha and Chai. And Foundry is an advanced tool that, in order to test smart contracts with it, to create scripts to test or deploy on a blockchain network, you need to have programming knowledge in Solidity programming language. And Brownie, with a few words, if you're coming from a Python world, most probably that you will choose Brownie. Waffle, Truffle, and Ganache are actually my favorite, but you hear why later. But they are losing their popularity because the modern tools such as Hardhat and Foundry, they have embedded the local node. And the local node is something that you need in order to test anything based on the blockchain, because if you want to use Waffle, Truffle, or Ganache, you should use Docker containers. You need to configure local Ethereum virtual machine, and so on. And Hardhat and Foundry are doing this just with one single line of code. And smart contracts. I think it's a good place to explain what the smart contracts are, because I'll say a few words in the next slides about them. The smart contracts are scripts that automate specific conditions of a contract between two parties. They don't have any legal words in them, just rules that are written in the code. Those rules are executed when specific conditions are met without the need of any intermediaries such as banks, lawyers, or platforms. And I can give you an example with this car. If you want to sell or buy a car in an online platform in the Web3, actually in Web 2, you need to trust the platform to facilitate the transaction, but in Web 3, all the rules and conditions are written in the code. So when a specific condition is met, for example, the payment is being made, the smart contract automatically executes the next steps, like transferring the ownership of the car to the buyer. And actually, blockchain is assumed to be secured by default, because the records are stored and secured by cryptography, and all the users have their own private keys. They're acting such as digital signatures. But still, blockchain security testing is an indispensable part of the testing in Web3. And I have an example of an interesting exploit. I had so many examples, but I thought that this one is the most interesting. And I want to show what the consequences of a single exploit can be. And this, the smart contract of the SushiSwap decentralized exchange was exploited in April this year. And it is uncertain how many people were affected by the hack, but only one user that was identified lost 1,800 Ethers, which worth is around $3.3 million. And when we are speaking about security, there is auditing as well. After the smart contracts, the blockchain network, or the decentralized applications are intensively tested, developed and covered with automated tests. They are being examined from external companies. And since it is not mandatory from a regulatory perspective, it's recommended, highly recommended actually, good practice in the blockchain world. And I mentioned in the very beginning that I will share a bit more details of my project now. So Hedera, as I mentioned, is a network, and what we do is to write automated tests. There are only backend tests written in Java, Cucumber, JUnit, and TypeScript, Mocha, and Chai. And actually, that's not all we do. We have one other initiative that is compatibility testing. And why compatibility? Because our network has an algorithm called hashgraph, which allows the users to have, actually the network provides faster transaction speed, lower fees due to the way it's designed, and as well better security. So now people from other networks or businesses or they can use the advantages that it provides by moving their smart contracts to our network without changing a single line of their codes, just by using our tools and SDKs. And that's what we need to ensure it's working flawlessly as well. So we are analyzing the changes, we are analyzing the features between the different networks, and as well, trying to find the inequivalent parts of the code. And yeah, I started laughing a couple of slides ago because I mentioned Waffle, Truffle, Ganache, the frameworks, and I will wrap up things with a Ganache story. A couple of weeks ago, I was on a cooking TV format, and I decided to go on a battle with just preparing a dessert, a classic pavlova cake with white chocolate, bourbon vanilla ganache. And at the beginning of the battle, I have presented my recipe to the chef, which I was preparing at home for around 45 minutes. And that's the maximum time for the battle. So I started looking in the kitchen to get the needed spoons and everything, and I was supposed to use different stove, different oven, and different cooking robot than mine at home. Actually, those there were better than mine, but yeah, still, it took me some time to find everything in that kitchen. And 5 minutes before the end of the battle, I decided to check what's happening in the cooking robot. And I saw the ganache, you can see it's built here, it was not thickened as expected. And as well, I had no time to start all over. I had no ingredients left, and I failed the battle. So why I'm saying a few words about this battle is because I can relate it with my work. And when you're working with a specific technology for a long time, it gives you confidence, such as being in your own kitchen. But diving deep into new technologies, such as the blockchain technology, it's the same. So you need to you need to have a better, I don't know how to say, but you need to think the best solutions, you need to have a great estimations, you need to constantly learning and adapting to the new technology. And I know that being in a new technology is not a walk at the park, but it's incredibly intriguing. And I can proudly say that I think that blockchain is not just a passing trend. Blockchain is something that will be here and it will stay. And yeah. I have no breath.
Thank you, Alexandrina. So now a couple of minutes for questions from the audience.
Yes, then thank you. And
if you have a question,
I'm really proud that I have so many people here. That's why I'm so stressed. Thank you for attention. Thank you for your attention and your time. So, yeah, questions we have some time. Yeah.
I would like to ask about the sushi swap thing when this user lost $3.3 million. How was that possible when the platform is decentralized, and like how did they hack the
There are cases where, yeah, we have a security testing for that, and we have the auditing for that, because still there are some, let's say, doors that can be opened of security breaches. It's not something that is just from the decentralization part, but all the technologies have their points where they can be exploited. It happens here as well. And there are multiple examples if you're interested. A lot of big companies have lost money, users as well. Okay. I cannot hear you.
Why do you use cucumber?
It's something that I found out there when I joined the company. So, interesting fact is that when I joined the company, I was thinking that I would be the first QA and I would set the foundations, but actually it is part of the good practices and definition of done in blockchain that you should cover everything intensively to be tested with automation, so it can be deployed to the mainnet, for example. And the developers that were before me have chosen Cucumber, which is for this component not the best solution, but we are working on some proof of concepts, and we want to switch to another technology as well. Yes. Yes. Yes, 100%.
More questions? I cannot see you all, so if you have a question, just raise your hand.
Yeah, can you give him the microphone?
You told that there is a possibility to store some information in blockchain. It will keep it safe. It will keep it transparent for everyone. Yeah. How can you use blockchain for example, financial operations? I have an example. My company creates 2,500 requests per second for financial operations. Can you do this with blockchain when you need to count every next block in lots of machines, at least at 50%
You mentioned
of these
2,000 operations.
2,500 operations per second, financial operations
Yeah,
that
it's okay
need to be stored.
Yeah, it's okay because our network supports up to 15,000 operations per second, 15,000, yeah, 15,000 transactions per second.
Your network.
Yeah.
But we are talking about decentralized network. So every participant should be involved in creating of the next block. Am I right?
Yes.
So your network can handle 50,000 operations per second. And what about my network? I'm living in Stara Zagora, and I don't have a good internet connection, for example. But I should I don't know, put something inside of this block, because it needs to be configured with several participants, at least 50% of participants, as I remember.
Yes, I understand your question. It's a long story, and it's related to this consensus mechanism that I already mentioned. So if you want, we can have a chat afterwards. I'll be on the Wime chain booth.
Thank you all. So we're out of time. See you in the next session.
Thank you.
Аз между другото един два пъти се обърках. Не, наистина, защото ми е само това. Да, ще аз спри да мърдаш. Hey, folks, it is my pleasure to present you Victor Bonev. He's going to talk about a very serious topic called Secure FIPS Containers for Government Services.
Thanks a lot. So I hope this will be a really nice talk for every one of you. And I see a lot of smiley faces and a lot of people who are encouraged and probably interested in security. So I hope during this presentation you can learn something that's very valuable. And we're going to start with a really interesting topic. It will be about the FIPS containers and how do you make them secure. Particular applications may include that this work will be contributed for government services. And I will explain and walk you through what are the important stuff and what makes this really cool and kind of the holy grail of the security in our essence. So we're going to start with what is FIPS. In short, FIPS is the Federal Information Security Processing Standard. It is a US government computer security standard. And you can see that there is 142 as a denominator. So 140 precisely talks about ciphers. So we're going to cover FIPS in regards to its ciphers and more emphasis on this one. And the second one, which you see over here, is the revision or the version of that particular document that describes how security should be established. Whenever you're dealing with Federal Information Processing Standard, whatever that's applied, we're going to look where this is applicable and what makes it so cool and unique. So, going to the business overview, the main players in this field, and you can see a lot of bald eagles and logos. The particular guys that love FIPS are usually the federal governments of the United States. So whenever you're creating an application or you're kind of need to work with services that are created with government, for government purposes, or they're getting government data in any way, processing or consuming, you need to be FIPS capable. We'll talk broadly what means FIPS capable and why many consider this going through hell of security. But many of the key players includes the Department of Defense of the United States, Departments of Energy, Commerce, Justice. There are many more, but that's how this came to life and that's how it is established. Of course, there are many more, and we're going to see that this does not only apply to United States only, but it applies also throughout Europe, and that will become more and more frequent as we will unfold. So this started as a US idea, implementation, then it was approved by many folks who were dealing with security many years, and some of the top experts worked on this. But for quite a lot of years now, it is becoming a global standard for security. And there is one player, which is ISTA, and ISTA is kind of the European agency for cybersecurity. So you can see that this now not only works for the United States, but it works through government services or foundations that are getting started in Europe. And that started around 2008, so this European Union Agency for Cybersecurity is established. It covers more and more of how we should deal with security across Europe for our government services, and it is great. So we have that in place. It works alongside the EU institutions, EU municipalities, so all the towns and governors that do govern those capitals, towns, whatever the place are. And basically the question towards Europe is that we wanted to make it more and more secure. So there was this need for more security to take in place. And basically, as each one of us wants to be enforcing Europe and the European Union alongside with governments and institutions to be more secure. And everyone states, hey, come on, let's be more secure on this one and how we can achieve that. So keep in mind that our federal agencies, their contractors, and service providers must be compliant with FIPS as well. So we'll see on the next slide how this unfolds and how, what the business cases looks like if your company or the company you work for decides to implement this, and what will be the benefits. So what are the application scenarios that we can think of? So imagine I'm writing a very nice piece of software. Suddenly I have a business case where someone that's connected with the federal government or operates with data provided by the federal government or any institutions, might be EU institution as well, process that data, then I have to be compliant as well, and I have to be FIPS compliant. So I have to obey everything that's written on the FIPS guidelines and how to make my applications and containers secure. So what are the scenarios? So imagine that you can obtain some fire and safety building plans, construction allowances, and update status requirements, and you process this data. This usually is confidential. I'm sure many of you have watched many spy movies, James Bond, etc. Then they go through a ventilation shaft. So that could be considered highly classified secure information. And many buildings which operate under stricter security terms consider this classified data. So in order to process this information, you need to be FIPS compliant, and either you can communicate it with third-party provider. That's just one example. The next one would be you can obtain some non-military information, and we can see that those things can become even military information, can be really valuable as unprecedented times are coming, and we see it more and more often. So you can update third-party logistics, all of the logistics that's needed to be updated, packages to be delivered, whenever there is a need to. Of course, that has to be strict and classified. Whoever processes this needs to be compliant, and if you contact or interact with this data in any way, you have to be compliant with FIPS as well. Next example will be, imagine that you obtain some kind of a personal or commercial tax billing information, something that we have also in the Bulgarian government as well. You send that respective request to the bank. There is a bank secret, as you know, so some of this information is either sensitive or classified depending on the use case, but you go through several types of verification process, and usually it connects now more and more with your digital identity. So those are talks that will be far more frequent. This is one particular use workplace that you can apply out of those FIPS compliance, and that's how you create your application and services secure by the latest trends. So where are we going to deploy this? Of course, you can do it. The whole environment needs to be FIPS secure. That's usually very hard to achieve and a lot of time consuming. You need a dedicated team who does security for you. Of course, there are some cloud solutions that can make the job much easier for you because they already have went through the certification process. They went through all the verification stuff. One of those service providers, of course, it's a very big cloud provider. It's Google Cloud. And you might not have heard, or you might have heard, if even better, if there is a certain use case for government. So usually there are many more requirements when it comes to security. for certain government institutions. You can take Australian government, the Netherlands, the Dutch government. So there are many places where if you obtain information, it has to be very secure. One way to do it is through Google Cloud for Government. That's how the service is called. So it is entirely FIPS compliant end-to-end, and it's starting to grow as a trend. So specific use cases for cloud, since cloud by design is not really secure, so you have to put many things on top. It has the basic security in place, but whenever you need more, you definitely need entirely new solutions. One of the biggest cloud providers started working on this one, and it's already providing it. Next one is AWS GovCloud. It is unfortunately only for US. Same holds still for Azure. So they provide something that's called Azure Government. Fortunately, still only for US only. It's not the technology doesn't allow it, but it's more like regulations, laws, and stuff like that. So now we come to the more interesting part. What makes FIPS? And there are, as I refer to them, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the compliance itself. And many freak about this, so how I can create my application secure, and there is Joey from France who freaks out, same as we as a developer freaks out in how to make our application secure, and respectively the environments and the containers where they operate. So I will briefly walk you through them. So those are the core aspects of security. So we have symmetric key, and we have digital signatures, we have secure hash, and we have also message authentication. Keep in mind that a simple process as an SSH into a server, so establishing an SSH tunnel session into one of your servers, uses already 3 of those aspects. So it is a complicated, and usually they work in between. Since we're on 142, 140 is for ciphers, we have to denote which is applicable to each one of those 4 horsemen. So for symmetric key, the ciphers which are allowed is, of course, we have IS, which is the advanced encryption standard, and triple DES. So in order to be FIPS compliant, symmetric keys has to be either one of those 2. The next one will be digital signature. So we have DCA, RSA, ECDCA. So the last one is a bit of an interesting one. It's connected with the elliptic curve. So you might have heard it. It's a mathematical model how to establish security. It works only for digital signature. So if you have a symmetric key, it won't operate with elliptic curve cryptography. The next one is a secure hash. You might have heard many of those ones, especially from previous talk. All of the crypto stuff is based on some kind of a hashing to make it work and operate. So the applicable is SHA-1, SHA-256, 512, and SHA-3. So those will be compliant in terms of hash. No other hash is allowed. And for message authentication, it gets the same thing that are applicable for symmetric key, but it adds also HMAC. So that's very important, and we'll see why is that in the next slides. So the presentation, now we have the background, what is FIPS, how we can apply it in real life. So we have this thing that's really a buzzword, Kubernetes, Docker, and we want to create those fantastic containers which are secure and on point. So keep in mind that we have to have a clear distinguishing between what is a build container, what is a runtime container, and an image. Actually, the container is the running instance of an image, which we have already described. So the build containers could be, you can build native code, such as Go, C++, Rust. You can also have an image which builds Python. You can have an image which builds Java Spring via JDK, and we'll see how is that achieved. And you can also build Node.js, but we're not going to look into this one. Keep in mind that it's completely separate in terms of when you have to run those pieces of software on the cloud. So the left side builds your software. It's not used in production by any means. On the right side, you have your runtime images, which do run your product, software, service, whatever. So you always have a runtime base, which is your sort of like core runner and your template for that everything steps upon. Then you extend that and you inherit what's in the base image. We have runtime Java via the Java runtime environment. I also have a runtime Node.js. We're not going to look into this one, but the lesson to take home is that those are two completely different types of images, and you shouldn't intermix them. So use only the runtimes in production when you're running instances, the build ones only in your build environment. So for the base, for the runtime base, what you need to have, and in its essence, is for security is OpenSSL. And to have FIPS running, definitely you have to run OpenSSL in sort of FIPS mode. That's how it's called. For this to be achieved, you have to have a certain specific build. So you compile OpenSSL with FIPS. And there are certain dedicated already builds for the different, of course, flavors of Linux, distributions, and so on. But if it's not there, you can just compile it on your own, and you get your OpenSSL build. Keep in mind, of course, that the base image or the Docker image, it should be based on an open container initiative for best security practices, meaning that it holds the OCI standard. So that's short for Open Container Initiative. And it should contain this OpenSSL FIPS running in FIPS mode. So what would be the implications of such FIPS enabled? Let's say I have a Python app which tries to perform MD5 hash operation, or I have a Python app which tries to connect via weak encryption to a database. This is like the whole world when it comes to the examples. So I'm not going to bother you with something that's more difficult. What will happen is if I want to have an MD5 function called and apply it anywhere in my code, I will get this running in a FIPS environment and an image that contains OpenSSL FIPS. I will get digital envelope routines, and usually there will be some error. I will say that that's either unsupported or intercepted by any means. This means since Python is using OpenSSL for most of its function, actually all of its function when it comes to base functions and standard library, it will be intercepted and your application won't be able to make that call. So that's in essence what FIPS does. It kind of intercepts whenever you do something wrong. So it won't allow you to perform that action. For Go, it used to be quite different until recently. So Go uses the so-called boring crypto library. So boring crypto library is a FIPS certified library. And if you have Go products or services, if you want to implement FIPS, they used to have a dedicated build, so you have to compile Go with FIPS. That's no longer the case. You just need to have a variable which is called Go experiment, and you set its value to boring crypto, and voila, you have your FIPS capabilities in Go are enabled. So that's really cool that they have done this, which means FIPS is getting more and more applied into even discovery phase for companies. So the next one is Java. Java is really tricky. It's always been the case from, from my perspective. So what Java does is they use another library, which is FIPS certified. It's called Bouncy Castle. They're kind of like, they call themselves the Legion of Bouncy Castle. It's very good library, very secure, of course. It is FIPS certified. It supports only 3 versions of Java so far, Java 8, 11, and 17. So keep in mind, if you use older version of Java, this will not work. Those are the approved ones. So what you need to do in order to get that running, Java comes in the Java runtime environments. It does come with a default so-called security provider, and it's called Sun Security Provider since the original developer for Java is Sun Microsystems. And you need to remove all those garbage which we consider unsecure and replace it with Bouncy Castle. Then you have the same capabilities similar to what I showed you with Python and OpenSSL. Whenever you call something weak in terms of ciphers that are weak, it will be intercepted, it won't be allowed, it will be just shut. There are 2 Bouncy Castle providers. Keep that in mind, since even one would have been difficult, but there are two. So there is JCA, JCE, which handles all the encryptions, which have all the ciphers that you need to use and perform. And the next one, which is kind of a extension, is the JSAC, which adds SSL and TOS. So to get that running, you need to exchange the default Sun microsystem security provider and plug those two bouncy castle providers. And everything will work as designed. So getting into this configuration might be tricky. So I will walk you how this could be achieved for Java. And it's kind of a difficult process. It's not very obvious, but the main stuff that needs to occur, that every certificate that you use, and it's in your certificate store or trust store, has to be added to the bouncy castle key store. And this has to be applied to every certificate, of course. Then the Java by design comes with a default security provider file, which contains all of its configuration, how it should start, what should be running. It's really low level, but it's really interesting, and I encourage everyone who deals with Java to take a look and see how this works underneath. I've been taking this for granted for a long time until I had to do FIPS. So I understood a lot about security and how Java operates behind the curtain. So I encourage everyone to take a look and check the security provider. So there's really cool stuff that you can change. So you can change the very essence of security in Java. And that's the whole idea with this. And in order to create your custom Java FIPS container and an image, you have to, of course, modify the way Java is being invoked. So you have to modify the startup arguments. And I will just give you an example of how this looks like. So first of all, you already have exchanged the Java security properties. So you can point it to an override of this security file. Basically, you plug in all of your configuration, how Java should operate, exchange the Sun microsystem providers, say where the bouncy castles providers are, and say that you only will approve FIPS approved stuff. No ciphers that are weak. Also set the key store to the desired one, which is secure. Set the trust store, which is the opposite of key store. And also set the trust store path, the trust store password. And also mention some stuff about that we should use the newest TOS, which is 1.3, which is considered secure. So you have to perform those actions, and you get every applications running in FIPS with Java. And it's really cool. And you'll get the behavior the same as the Python application. You'll get all of the weak ciphers or methods that are completely unthinkable when you're dealing with government data, completely intercepted. So that's really cool. That was all that I wanted to mention for FIPS, and thanks you all for your attendance. So I will open it for questions. I believe we have time for 2 questions, so maybe 3 if we're lucky.
Well, no questions for now, but definitely I enjoyed the way you structured all this information. I'm not quite sure that I understand why do you think it's cool, all these options for configurations. Can you repeat this?
Yes. Well, I personally consider it cool since the question is usually when a manager comes in, you have done all of the things you consider that you have secured your application, you've done all your due diligence, and at the end he asks you, sort of, are you sure that this is secure? So if you apply this, there is no way, this answer will be, I'm not sure. You have gone through the roughest of certification processes that exist in security, and that's the federal information processing standard. So that makes it cool, because there is nothing that tops this in terms of security. Yeah, there are different levels on this, so you can have stricter requirements on FIPS, but nothing beats that. So that's why governments use it. That's why one of the things we have watched as kids for movies, the CAA, the NSA, they all thought about this and they implemented it. So that's really cool. Shoot.
Yeah. So my question is, if you, let's say, are given or provided a bunch of images by somebody and they say, okay, these are the FIPS compliant images, what would be some 3 easy steps to validate that this statement is true? You know, how do you check?
So I can give you a very quick answer, since this was a question which I asked myself as well. There are tons of like bundles where you run, and this checks pretty much like a sanity check for whether this is valid, and they're valid for different tech bundles. So if you have a product which is C++, native language, etc., it's another bundle. So if you have something that's Java, it's another one. And I don't know how many tests there are. I believe over 1,000 for one bundle, and they run really rough tests. So if the application passes this, or the image passes this one, in that particular case it will be the image, then you can consider this environment FIPS capable. FIPS capable, right. And now how enforced you wish the level would be, that depends on your security guy at the company, right? How willing is he, or how persuasive you are in terms to, you know, get the thing that you wish, and what's best for the company, of course.
Okay, maybe one more question. No? Okay, thank you, Victor. That was amazing.
Thanks.
Okay, so now we have a senior blockchain developer, Ognan Chikov from LimeChain, who is going to talk about something called Web 2.5. Welcome on stage.
Rado, thank you for the introduction to the audience, and thank you for having me here today. We're going to talk about Web 2.5, decoding the future for the developers. Somebody asked me, what is this term, Web 2.5? Is it real? Of course, no. It's my term, and you're going to understand why at the end of this lecture. As you already know, my name is Ognan, and I'm part of one of the most developing, challenging, and exciting science communities, the blockchain community. I'm always starting my blockchain presentations and lectures with something cool from the blockchain space or the blockchain world, and today I'm going to start with WAGMI. What does WAGMI stands for? The abbreviation WAGMI stands for We All Gonna Make It. And I choose it because I believe that we all going to make the transition from Web 2 to Web 3 through Web 2.5. Such kind of abbreviations are commonly used in the blockchain space. Actually, last year, I started with GM, which stands for Good Morning, since my talk was early in the morning, but today we are at the late afternoon, and WAGMI is a good starting point. So, WAGMI. Let me share something more about me. I'm representing LimeChain, and I joined the company 6 years ago. Since then, a lot of things changed. Actually, I was the first employee, and since then a lot of things changed. And I think that I'm a part of that change as well. What I'm talking about and what I mean. Some of you may say, Ogi, everything is changing, especially in the tech world. That's true, and I agree. But today, I want to introduce you to the future that is already here. Today, I'm going to share with you the next generation of web. I'm not going to call it Web 3, because in my opinion, because Web3 is aiming towards full decentralization, and in order to achieve such kind of decentralization, we need to go through Web 2.5. And the journey is not easy, especially for people who are just entering the blockchain space. So, are you ready? Yes. Okay, let's dive in. Web 2.5, where to start from? In order to understand Web 2.5, we need to step back and return to what was Web 1 and what was Web 2. I have a question for you. How many of you remember the time when we used IRC servers to chat and collaborate with each other? Cool, let me help you. Do you remember the program called Mirkata? Yeah, of course. Okay, that was pretty part of Web 1. I remember that time, and at that time, everybody in the tech world was running his own servers. Servers for hosting, servers for emails, servers for hosting fancy things like image galleries, servers. The premise of Web 1 was that everybody on the internet would be both a publisher and consumer of content, as well as a publisher and consumer of infrastructure. But then came time that nobody wanted anymore to run such kind of servers because of need to invest, and moreover, the need to maintain and operate such kind of servers. Even companies building full-time software didn't want to run their own servers. And then the world moved from Web 1 to Web 2. Web 2 is a place where we've got a technology around a platform, and the space consolidates around platforms offering a technology. We can name a few companies, but even without naming them, I'm pretty sure that you already guessed them. Companies like Yahoo, Google, Amazon had a recipe for success. Their recipe was to take a 19th protocol that was stuck in time, centralize it, and iterate quickly. And at that time, we've completed the transition from Web 1 to Web 2. The Web 2 still is a place where users are not owners of anything, and everything is around platforms with centralized authorities. But Web 2.5 intends to be different. So let's take a look. Web 2.5 should lead us to Web 3, which will give us the richness of Web 2, but with decentralization, in the centralized manner. And in order to understand all those transitions and the complexity behind the transitions, today I'm going to explain to you the key concepts, the terminology, and the potential impact of the blockchain space for the developers. Actually, not only for the developers, for all of you. So, let's start. What is blockchain and how can I explain it to you? It's complicated, it's hard to understand. I'm not pretty sure that all those terms are true, but today I brought a book. Here it is. The book title is not important. The most important part of this book that I'm going to use that book in order to explain the building blocks of the blockchain network. Let's start with the hash. How many of you knows what is hash? Okay, but still there are people that don't know. So imagine that we can use a math function, take a word from this page, or even take the whole page, or even take the whole story of the book, put it that math function, and receive something like a stamp or a seal that we can put it on the bottom of the page. The cool stuff here is that no matter of the input length, or no matter of our input data, every time we use this hash function, the output will be with the same dimensions. So our seal or stamp, or call it whatever you want, will be with the same width and height. And the other cool thing is that if we just change a single alphabet or a word in our story that we are hashing, our stamp or seal, or once again, whatever we want, will be completely different. We will look differently. So this is the hash. Then we are going to a block. What is block? Blockchain, chain of blocks, blocks everywhere. So think of a block like a page from our book. Block has a timestamp, has a signature, and moreover has a hash. It's hashed. So we've got a stamp at the bottom of our page or at the block. Then we're going to the chain. What is the chain? This is the spine of the book, binding each page together, but chronologically. And why is that? Because we cannot jump on page 155 and ensure that what is written there, it's true. It's not possible. That's why blocks and the chain and the complete blockchain works differently. Here we've got every page, once again, those pages are binding together, and each page is binded to the previous page, and the next page is containing the hash of the previous page. So we cannot come on page 13, change a word, and just leave our book there. We need to go through all other pages, change the whole story, recalculate the hash, but even more, that book is not with a single copy. There are thousands of copies. We need to go everywhere in the world and change that story in the book. Then, what is the consensus mechanism? Imagine that you've got all the same book here on your hands. We cannot agree, or we need to agree, that something is written on page 155 only when we've got the majority of that statement. We cannot sit down and just take a single source of truth that here my colleagues on the first row said on page 155 it's written this and that. We need to achieve majority, and that is how the blockchain networks validates its data, with consensus mechanisms. The most used ones are proof of work and proof of stake. Proof of work, maybe you know for this term mining, you need to prove that something is done. And proof of stake, you need to stake some amount of money in order to validate that you're not going to lie, because you're going to lose that staking amount. Then we'll continue with the smart contracts, something that my colleague in some of the previous lectures explained, but I'm going to explain it in another way. Imagine that there is a vending machine outside of the room. You put coins and you get that book. There is no shopkeeper at the process. It's just you and the vending machine. The smart contracts are like digital contracts with a fragment of code that can be executed based on some kind of rules. When you met those conditions, the code will be executed. transactions. Something interesting. Imagine that you can come here on a particular page and put a footnote. Imagine that this footnote will be visible to all the people that has this book. And those transactions can carry value or can pledge value. Then wallets. Imagine that the wallets are your personal index or appendix at the end of the book. You put some interesting markers for you from that book, and they are carrying values. Cryptocurrencies. Those are the unique bookmarks that you store in your wallet at the end of the book. And you can use those unique markers to trade stories, to trade sentences, to change sentences, or to write another page in that book. And we're arriving at the new developers' paradigms. What's different here in that space? It sounds really complicated, but we need just to go through some of the paradigms and explain what are the specifics. We are going to start with the applications or so-called decentralized applications. We are not talking about applications because up to now, with Web 2, you're just readers with particular book. But right now, with decentralized applications, you can participate in writing another pages, another stories, or another books. Enhanced security and privacy. There was such a question before. But keep in mind that I already explained to you why it is not so easy to hack the network, because you need to go all around the world and change what is written on every copy of the book. Monetization and tokenization. Those cryptocurrencies are something like a spare part or a separate part of the whole blockchain. The main nature of the blockchain is decentralization and the no middleman of the process. It's just you and the blockchain network. There is no admin with super access to the database that can change values and delete something or add something. Interoperability and collaboration, my favorite part. Imagine that we can take a single sentence from that book and transfer it to another book. We can create another unique stories that are built with information from this book. And this is the ability of communication between the different blockchain networks. It's something like it is currently on the table of the blockchain networks because we are still in the early 80s if we compare the blockchain networks with the IP protocols. Because currently the blockchain networks are so-called closed networks. They are more like intranets. And nowadays, we've got different kind of protocols that are trying to standardize the communication between the blockchain networks. And the so-called Web 2.5 stack. What you need to know in order to enter into the blockchain space, in order to achieve decentralization or just to collaborate. This is the API stack. I'm going to start with the application level. Actually, when we go through those kind of layers, you're going to see that there are just 2 or 3 layers that you need to learn or you need to go through and specify, because the other things are most likely into the Web 2. We're starting with the application layer. We've got a new protocol here, which is the JSON RPC protocol. It's simple and lightweight protocol used for communication. The HTTP and WebSockets are well-known protocols. The new stuff here is 2 libraries. If you're using JavaScript, of course, Ethers.js and Web3.js. Imagine that those libraries are like any other kind of libraries that you used for third-party integration of any kind of service. And we've got the well-known front-end frameworks. So it's really easy to be accessible from the developers. Then we've got the gateways, Edge Global, it's the same here, middleware, cache, reverse proxy, and load balancer. Nothing new. Then we've got the blockchain nodes. Yeah, you need to know what are the nodes, you need to know how you can run your nodes, but it's not necessary. Running your own node is difficult because you need to get a very expensive hardware with a lot of storage, synchronized with the network. It will take time. So there is no need to do that. There are providers, third-party providers that you can use. Save that for later. Third-party providers. Okay. Then we've got the blockchain protocols. We've got Ethereum. We've got another layer 2 networks that you can build applications, but it depends on what is your product and what you want to achieve. So yeah, you need to be aware, but it is something that you can clear during the journey. Then the internet protocols, TCP/IP, DNS, all those kind of protocols, no matter from which layer of the TCP/IP stack is, they're all the same. And then the compute and the storage, everything is the same. We are using cloud providers for some stuff, hardware and OS-based storage. Then we are coming to the other representation of the blockchain layer. We're going to start with the access layer. So on the most right, you can see Web 2. So you can access the Web 3 through the Web 2 layer, and this is with the crypto Twitter, Reddit, and Discord. Those are the places where you can start in order to collaborate with other blockchain developers, ask questions, questions like, my code does not run, to questions like, where I can start from. Then we've got the wallet and the in-browsers wallets that you can install and access the blockchain immediately. And here I'm going to answer the question why I call it Web 2.5 and still not Web 3. I mentioned third-party providers. 90% of today's transactions are going through Infura, which is a third-party provider. And there is something like a pattern. We're running from Web 2 to Web 3, where in the Web 2 we've got a technology around the platform, but right now we've got still a technology around the platform. Yeah, it's another platform, but it's still a technology around the platform. So there is a long way that we need to go in order to achieve full decentralization. That's why I call it Web 2.5. Then I'm going to continue. We've got different kind of aggregators that you can use, DeFi-specific protocols that you can go and just invest your money. That is already here. Then the use case layers. We've got almost every aspect from your life covered with the blockchain. You're going to see that into the next slide. But here you can think about something like gaming, social, DeFi, all those things around the NFTs. They first was just inexpensive images, but right now they can be used like for assets, transfer those assets, or just even a digital passport. So it's something that is already here. Then the infrastructure. We've got a ready-to-use solutions that you can use in order to build your product without a single line of code. My favorite is part of the secure. It's Open Zeppelin. I can say here that it's not only part of the secure stack, but it's something that you can use to build NFTs, to launch your tokens. It's a standard, community standard for writing smart contracts and use their ready-to-use patterns. So it's something that it's already here and you can use it as an instrument. And then we are going to the protocol layer. Yeah, at the beginning, it was Bitcoin, then Ethereum with the first layer 1 network that you can execute those smart contracts. But after that, there were a lot of problems that needs to be solved. Somebody asked at the previous lectures for the throughput, transactions per second, etc., etc. There are layer 2 solutions that can solve such kind of problems. High throughput, low transaction costs, etc., etc. And we are coming to the current Web3 landscape. And I promise to you that you can see almost every aspect of our life covered by the blockchain. So we're at the stage where we are not just the readers of this book. We are creating such kind of books. We are creating those books through different kind of publishers or networks. So we can take just a single word from here and transfer it to another, let's say, publisher or blockchain protocol to write the most unique story of our life or of the blockchain developer. And now it's time for questions.
Any questions? Maybe from the first row?
Don't be shy, ask anything. Yeah, there's one over there.
Hi, thanks. Could you please elaborate a bit on the book analogy, like how everyone that is part of the network is contributing? Is it content to the app? Like I'm picturing it Web 2 stuff. So like currently everyone can contribute to content or post stuff online. Can you contribute to the, so to say, app itself? So for instance, if there's a Facebook on Web3 and I want to change the logo, does that start a new chain and I can, yeah, people can use it or something? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a very good question. So keep in mind that not all the business logic of an application is suitable for putting on the blockchain. First of all, of course, we've got such kind of storage, which is called decentralized storage, something like IPFS, because storing such kind of, for example, profile picture on the network is really expensive because we are paying for the node or for all other people that got this book to carry that book. And if the book is more like heavy, you're paying more. So not everything is suitable for putting, first of all, on the blockchain. How we can contribute to the network? We're using the transactions and we are paying for that transaction. We're paying for the execute of the transaction. Of course, there are different kind of protocols that you can choose based on what you want to pay and for what, but the answer to your question is that with your example for, let's say, social network, we can use the blockchain to validate that something is written, to hash something. Of course, we cannot change the current, let's say, the current proof that something is written there, but we can go there and write something else on top of it. And it's something like when you exchange cryptocurrencies. If it's written that I have 10 tokens and you've got 10 tokens, then the next transaction will be that I am giving you 2 tokens and you've got 12 and I got 8. So this is like for what blockchains can be used. It's something like the centralized ledger when you got proofs that something has happened. Yeah, is that answer your question? Yeah, kind of does. Okay.
Okay, I think we had one question there. Do we still have the question?
The title of the book is Present Like Steve Jobs. It's a random book that I found on my desk early in the morning.
Okay, thank you. That was a really interesting.
Thank you very much.
Presentation. Thank you.
ba, 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 ba.
Okay, and now we welcome on stage Peter Veret, who is a senior software engineer at Bosch Engineering Center in Sofia. And this will be the last AI session for today. I believe it will be quite insightful. Welcome on stage.
Thank you for the introduction. So today's topic is multimodality and data fusion techniques in deep learning. So how many of you think that general AI will take over the world and enslave humanity? You can raise your hands. Yeah, maybe half of the people. So before it does that, first it has to become multimodal. And in this talk, we'll see what it means to be multimodal AI. I'll answer the question, what is modality and multimodal deep learning? Why are we as humans multimodal creatures? We'll have some basic introduction to the data fusion techniques. We'll see what are the challenges with multimodal deep learning. And at the end, we'll see some real-world examples and what is in the future. So, first thing first, what is modality? So in the most simplest terms, modality refers to the different kind of data. For example, it can be visual data like in images or video. It can be audio data like a song or a speech recording, or it can be text like you see in this slide. And multimodal deep learning is learning that involves multiple modalities. For example, this can be combining visual image information, for example, with text to generate a slightly different image. Or, for example, combining visual and audio information like in audio-visual speech recognition, where one of the modality enhances the performance of the other, and it does quite well when it comes to when the environment is very noisy, for example. So if you imagine you are a doctor and you have to diagnose a patient that has some sort of a lung problems. So which data will you use? Is it going to be the X-ray scan, the image of the X-ray scan? Or maybe it will be the audio information from your stethoscope that you heard, or some sort of audio recording of that? Or is it going to be the description of the symptoms that the patient gave you? Well, hopefully most doctors will agree that in order to give the best possible diagnosis, you have to use all of this information. So in a sense, multimodal deep learning tries to mimic our human approaches to this kind of situations. And now I want to take a few seconds to watch a video. So, yeah.
Ba, 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 ba.
So, how many of you heard different sound in the second clip? Yeah, so again, 50-50. So those of you who paid attention to the screen probably heard different sound. But for those of you who were just listening, probably it sounded just the same. This is called the McGurk effect. And what is showing is that our eyes can trick our ears. And it shows that we as humans, we combine our sensory information to get this joint representation of the world. And we combine all of our senses like sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell. And what is more interesting is that in our day-to-day communication, over 70% of it is actually nonverbal, which means that things like gestures, the tone of voice, eye movements, and body positioning play a significant role in our communication, even more than the actual words that we are saying. And our brain is so good at fusing this information, so we can have some sort of deductions and understand how a person is feeling or something without he even saying this to us. So in AI, we have ways to represent this kind of information. For example, images and video, which is a sequence of images, is represented as dense matrices of pixel values, like in the picture we see right here. It's 3 values because it's RGB. If it's a grayscale, it will be a single value. Text, for example, is just a sequence of numbers that are actually digits in the computer memory. And often in AI, we use embeddings to create this sort of numerical vectors to represent words. And for example, sound is a sequence of measurements, and we often use, we convert it into spectral diagrams, spectrograms, using something like Fourier transformation. And we see great success with different algorithms. For example, convolutional neural networks are notoriously good for image classification tasks and other image tasks like object classification, object detection, object tracking, even segmentation in image generation. Transformers are very good with language. We have seen things like ChatGPT and BERT, which are quite popular right now. Also, transformers have state-of-the-art performances in other fields like visual and audio, for speech recognition, for example. Things like RNNs and their derivatives like LSTMs and GRUs are also being used for example, time series analysis or also speech recognition. And we see that all of these models are very good when working with single modality, but they are good at capturing this essence of the modality. So let's see what are these characteristics of the modality. So modality characteristics. First one is element representation. For example, our elements can be either discrete, like for example in NLP, where each word has its own distinct value, or each word or subword has its own distinct value, or continuous, like in the sound wavelength that we've seen, where each value is somewhere between a range. Also, element distribution. For example, is our data balanced or it's skewed in some sort? Do we have more of the same similar elements and less of some elements? And frequency, like, for example, do we see a lot of times the same elements, like in language? Some of the words are very often used and some are not used that often, like modality or multimodality, for example. It's a word that is rarely used. And the other thing is structure. For example, the structure can be temporal or spatial. Temporal, like in audio, where each distinct measurement has its order and the order holds information. Or spatial, like in images, where the pixels have the pixel coordinates are very meaningful for our algorithm. So hopefully now we understand that each modality has its own distinct characteristics and each modality has algorithms that work better with it. So now let's see how we can fuse these modalities to create a multimodal algorithm. And the first approach that we can use is the so-called early fusion. In early fusion, we combine the information at the very early stage, so we combine the features from both of the modalities before we pass them to our model. And this can be very simple. It's often something like concatenation, which is very simple. And the positive sides of this approach is that it's very easy to implement, and it often can leverage these intermodality correlations very early on in the training because we pass the data together. The negative side is that we might use some of the unique characteristics of each modality. For example, if we pass modalities that are temporal by nature and modalities that are spatial by nature, the algorithm is kind of getting confused with all of this information. So if this is the case, we can use another approach, which is called late fusion. In late fusion, we have separate models for each modality, and the fusion step is after we actually do the modeling. And the fusion strategy can be something like voting or some sort of a weighted sum or some different approach. The positive side of this is that it maintains the modality characteristics, since the model is taught on the same kind of information. And the negative things is that it might not fully leverage the correlations between the different modalities. And also another negative side of this approach is that typically requires more computational power. For example, we do have to train on different stages. We have to train one model first and then the other model. And also, if we get some additional 5% better precision, for example, maybe for the most part, we're doing redundant computations using the second model, and just in those minor cases, it helps. Another thing is hybrid fusion, for example. Hybrid fusion aims to leverage the positive side both from early and from late fusion, and it's a very flexible approach. It can be fine-tuned for our specific use case. For example, here we can combine visual and audio information and early fuse them, then use a model. Then we combine text information and use another model. And both of these models we can use late fusion to actually get our output. And this is a normal use case. For example, in our day-to-day lives, the information that we see on the internet, for example, has visual information, audio information, and text information together, like in Facebook or Instagram, for example. This is a very possible use case. So if we want to go deeper and get even more complex, we can use some intermediate approach and get not the last layer like in late fusion, but get some intermediate representation, for example, from second to last layer. And then we fuse this information, this specific information from the network, which is from intermediate representation, and then use another model to get our output. And this is not the last thing. We can also use multiple layers from one of the models and multiple layers from the other model, and this is also something that is used very commonly. And another thing is, for example, here, if we really want to make it even more complex, the fusion mechanism, for example, can be something like attention, and this is called attention-based fusion, like in transformers. And the idea here is that with attention-based, for example, in the same example, for audio, visual speech recognition, it's quite okay to use this approach because, for example, where the environment is quiet and the audio information is very good, we can use the audio information, but when there is a noise in the environment, the attention mechanism can decide to use the visual information more than the audio information. So what are the challenges in multimodal deep learning? Well, first is complexity. It's usually more complex to design such systems. They're quite difficult. They require more power. They're quite difficult to evaluate. The other one, for example, is feature compatibility. It's very difficult to combine modalities with different characteristics. For example, if you want to have a meaningful fusion between modalities who has, for example, one is discrete and the other one is spatial and the other one is continuous, for example, we have to do a lot of transformations and normalizations to achieve meaningful fusion. Data synchronization, with the same example with audio visual speech recognition, for example, when we pass our individual point of measurement, our individual unit that we pass to the network, it's very crucial to be very well synchronized, or either it will make the network teach on wrong data. And computational power, with bigger models, it's normal to have to require more computational power, and we usually need different steps of training, like multiple training iterations to achieve our results. And yeah, hopefully this is a nice introduction to this field, and now we can see some real-world examples. So the first one is, one that I find fascinating is generative fill in Photoshop. This is a quote from their site. The idea behind it is that, for example, you can select a part of the image and then prompt the algorithm to generate a certain image inside it, and it will try to preserve the uniqueness of the image and the style of the image. And in this example that we see right here, for example, we asked the AI to generate a car and a lake. And what is interesting is that even in the lake there is the reflection of the car, so it does quite well. Another possible thing is, for example, ViewBird or Visual Bird, which is something that we pass an image and then we can prompt questions to this algorithm. For example, what's on that image, or what will happen if we change something in that image. And interestingly enough, this is something that will come to ChatGPT very soon. So this is also a quote from their site. And they're beginning to roll out a new voice and image capabilities. And yeah, ChatGPT is becoming multimodal. So apparently, we'll be able to, for example, take a picture of our car and our engine, and then ask the algorithm to tell us how we can change the oil, for example. We need to generate a step-by-step guide on how to do it. Or, for example, we can take a picture of ourselves and ask if this outfit sits okay on us, or something like that. And I'm wondering what is next. For example, OpenAI have this software, for example, DALL-E. I don't know how many of you have heard about DALL-E, but it's a generative network which can generate images. So probably in the future, they'll add this also to ChatGPT, and there will be more and more modalities to this language model that is ChatGPT right now. And where is the fine line that we'll draw when this AI will become general and understand all of our information like humans understand it around us? Well, I personally don't know, but I think that multimodality and multimodal deep learning will be increasingly more popular, and most of the new developments in AI will be multimodal. So hopefully today I was able to give you some introduction on this topic, or at least something of value. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Peter. Do we have questions? I think we have like a couple of more minutes. Okay, I have a question actually. You mentioned the main challenges. So what are the basic, when you start to think in addressing these challenges, what are the standard approaches that are used there?
No, it's quite difficult, and it's a topic that is rapidly evolving, so there are certain ways to overcome these challenges. For example, as I said, data compatibility is one of the main things that we need before we design such algorithms. So we're trying to find a way that we can make this data compatible, and this can be achieved, for example, like using some sort of a intermittent representation where we normalize a layer of the network, for example, and combine it with something from the other model, or hierarchical fusion is something that combines, for example, features on very early stage like the pixels from the image, with something that is very late from other network, like the last layer of another network, and it normalizes this information and passes it later to another model. So there are different ways that can be used for achieving this.
If I get it right, what you're trying to say is that you unify the characteristics of the data.
Yeah, you're trying to make the data similar because it's very difficult for the network to learn on different data. For example, if your values are normalized between 0 and 1, and all of these values are passed to the model, it will work okay maybe. But if the data is different, for example, one values are between 0 and maxint, for example, and the other is some sort of a normalized data between 0 and 1, it will be quite difficult for the network to adjust the weights. At least it will be difficult for the backpropagation algorithm or the thing you're using to optimize the training.
And I guess that the next step is probably data synchronization or something else.
Actually, data synchronization is something that you need in your data set, for example. It's you need synchronized data in order to be able to teach the network certain stuff. For example, even for us humans, it's very difficult to, like when you watch a video and the audio and video are kind of not synchronized, it's very difficult and it actually bugs us. So this is amplified when it comes to training neural networks.
Okay, just to confirm, these are the first steps in unifying the characteristics of the data, synchronizing them, and the next step probably is building this, how do you call this approach for multimodality, the different approaches that you mentioned, early, merge?
Yeah, these are the basic approaches for fusing the data. There are a lot more approaches that can be used, but it's quite difficult to go through all of them in such a short time. And to be honest, I don't know the insights of all of them. It's a field that rapidly evolves. And I wouldn't say that this is the first step, but this is one of the challenges in training such a multimodal systems. Data synchronization is one of the challenges.
Yeah, thank you. This definitely, your talk is like an introduction, so everyone who is interested can deep dive and get more details. Do we have other questions? No? Well, thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
and images. They are much more easy.
about, but I want to elaborate on why these are important for you to focus on and to think about. But the big thing that I want to emphasize is while we're all here talking about engineering, best practices, and things like that, it's always for an end user. It's always for a customer. And when your management is talking about what to build next and what features that they need to drive business, they're talking about business outcomes, they're talking about business value. So everything that you're doing, you need to circle back around and determine, does it have high business value? Is the business outcome what we need to drive revenue? Or is it just because it's cool, because it's AI? I think the previous speaker had a lot of great examples. His graph wasn't the best, his diagram, but he won the business because it was clear, easy to read, easy to understand, and the guy's like, it doesn't mean I like it, but you're going to get my business, right? So there was a high business value to what he did, and he got the work. So those are the things that we need to consider when we're talking about features and functionality. So this is about me. I've been at Infragistics for about 20 years. I was an MVP. I've written a bunch of different books, mostly now. I'm talking to customers and figuring out what the best approach is for what we build. Still very heavily into technology. Still do some bit of programming, but not a whole lot. Nothing to the degree of what I saw you guys demonstrating today in all the great talks. But here's the three that I boiled down to in terms of trends that really do deliver business value and business outcomes. The first one being AI, of course. It's all about AI. The second one being composable apps, which might be a new, maybe an old concept, but a new approach, just because technology has moved us forward in such a way where it's easy to build composable apps, and you can sort of define business value in something much smaller like a micro or a mini app that can be used by some other framework that you may know nothing about or have anything to do with. And then low code. If you're not using low code, you're going to see today why you should be using low code. So let's first talk about generative AI. This is really crazy. There was a survey done by Gartner, and of course, 52% of IT leaders expect to use generative AI to build software, which is no surprise. You looked at Donna's keynote today, all the co-pilots and all of this stuff helping developers do their jobs better. We talk to some of the biggest organizations in the world, and they're already at 50%. They're using models and they're improving, they're fine-tuning models, right? They're just adding stuff to the edges to make it better for them. And they're seeing improvements of 1%, 2%, 3% a month in productivity using AI to generate code, to build unit tests, all these things that you're seeing today. So how are you taking advantage of AI in your business to deliver business value? But I think the funny thing is the 30% of IT leaders who do not expect to use AI. So if I was those 30% or the guys that work for those 30%, I would be like, man, I'm going to have a good job next year because I'm going to get promoted because my boss doesn't believe in AI, which is pretty crazy that there is still people running IT in companies that don't believe that AI really is something that can drive not only just extreme productivity, but really extreme business value. And so when we first started looking at things like ChatGPT at Infragistics and started to talk to customers, when it was very new, like last year, there was a lot of naysayers and like it doesn't really do what I asked it to do. It didn't give me the results I expected. And you'll still hear this today. And I mean, I use it all the time, and you really have to work at it to get to your results. But there's no doubt that it increases productivity, but it also increases your satisfaction of your job. So a lot of us do boring work, right? You're doing the same crap you've done forever, and I'm much older than most of you, and it's the same stuff that people did like 25 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago. And when I talk to managers all over the world, they're like, I hate walking by the desks where my developers are working, and I see them writing all this code in console windows and Notepad and all these other tools. Why do we still have to do all this stuff? And that's where AI can really help out. The purpose of it is to really drive your productivity while it's, learning about what you're trying to build and what your job is or what context it's trying to improve for your current tasks. So the developer experience, this is data from GitHub. Many of you may have seen it. But before I show this, how many people have used like GitHub Copilot? Wow, so like not many. How many people will use it after you saw all this stuff today? Only a few more. Huh, that's pretty crazy. I think some people are afraid to raise their hand. But these are real numbers. So Microsoft, when they release GitHub Copilot, of course, they have to tell everyone how great it is because they want to charge money for it. So if you look at the charts here, when using GitHub Copilot, I am more productive. This was 68% of people. Satisfaction and well-being, they feel less frustrated, 60% of people. So what this does is when you're sitting there and it's like 7 p.m. and you want to go home because you've been working on something since 7 a.m., if an AI can answer a question for you or fix something really silly that you know is silly, it can do it in an instant. And maybe it's not perfect code. Maybe you still have to have someone check it and make sure that it's good enough to get checked in and into your continuous integration process, but you can move past that. And that's what AI is doing, and it's proven results. It's proving to actually do that for people. So the big thing, however, that you do need to focus on when you're starting to learn the AI is the prompt engineering. You heard about it in the testing talk. You heard Donna talk about it. You probably heard it outside in different other talks. But learning how to ask the AI questions to give it more and more context will give you better and better answers. So if you start with something and you're like, oh, this is crap. All right, well, how can I rephrase this? What you might want to do is ask the AI how to ask the question, and then it'll give you suggestions. So you can say, hey, I'm trying to figure this out. Can you give me better ways to ask you so you give me a better answer? And then it'll give you like 10 options. And you say, well, that's actually what I want to do. Grab that one, ask it again, or you don't even have to grab it. You just say, can you use the third one that you mentioned? And it'll just go ahead and do it. So that's how easy this is when you're having these chat experiences. And the nice thing is, it is actually a chat. So every time you ask a question, it's taken the whole context of everything you've asked it, and it's answered, it's reposting it, and then it's coming up with that next thing. So it does know what's going on. One of the tricks I just learned in Visual Studio Code is the more tabs you have open with the stuff that you're working on, the GitHub Copilot will prioritize all those open tabs. So let's say, for example, you're working with a data set and you want to parse this data set or ask questions about this data set. If you have that JSON open in a tab and you just say, hey, in this data set, can you XYZ, give me the top 10 of whatever, it'll automatically do that based on the fact that it's open. So it's inferring that, hey, you want to do something here, I'm going to go ahead and use what I'm aware of in the context of what's happening right now in VS Code. So doing this prompt engineering and learning how to use or how to ask the AI questions will give you better answers. And this was another thing. Donna kind of mentioned this already in her keynote, but these guys, they were given the same problem. 45 people used GitHub Copilot, 50 did not. The ones that used it saved an hour and 30 minutes doing the same exact task. So it's kind of hard to argue against that, right? And maybe they didn't get the right answer the first time. And honestly, I would love to know what took an hour and 11 minutes, because this thing, once you start learning how to ask it questions, it just churns out code for you. And I just saw a video on the flight over here coming from the US, and they did an entire Node Express app with just prompting. So doing get, post, puts, deletes, creating the interfaces, creating the objects, doing all the code, and the guy was just in GitHub Copilot asking it questions. The whole video was 7 minutes. So it definitely is something to take a look at. So my recommendations for this first topic, start using AI today to accelerate your productivity. Everyone has access to these copilots. So you can use GitHub Copilot. I think they charge money for it, but you can also get a free trial. ChatGPT has a free version. The paid version, ChatGPT Plus, is like $20 a month. And what that means is you pay that extra money and you can always log in. So one of the things with ChatGPT is sometimes it's not available because there's so many people on the system. If you pay, you get the the ChatGPT Plus, and you can always log in, and you get some other benefits too, like plugins and whatnot. There's a new data analysis plugin, so you can take like a whole data set, either from Excel or a JSON file, XML file, and actually upload it to the AI, and then do graphs, charts, ask it questions. It'll do all the data analysis for you, so it's pretty slick, and it'll give you the code. So in case you want to just do it yourself, you can copy that code into Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code and just go for it. The second thing is to look at your existing portfolio and figure out how you can enable AI to your customers. Because one of the things is these big guys like Microsoft and others, they're training us to get this little box and to ask questions, right? Just like Google search. So this is what your customers are going to expect from your applications. So you need to start thinking about, is there value in what we deliver to our customers through prompts? Can we do AI on the back end, either using Microsoft Azure ML, which is using ChatGPT on the back end, using ChatGPT's interfaces? You can also just hook into their APIs with your own stuff. But think about that for your own customers. Because if you don't offer something AI and your competitors do, you are quickly going to see, just from a pure marketing perspective, that they will have perceived value above what you're offering because AI is so hot now. So that's the message on AI, and that is the first big business value outcome that you need to think about. The second one is composable apps. Composable apps are not new, but this concept of composability is getting more mature because technology and capabilities are greater now. So when we think about a plugin, we're thinking about, I go to a marketplace and I'm downloading this UI, like I go into my Edge or Google marketplace and I install a plugin. It's always about the user interface. Like, I have this user interface that's going to do this. Well, if you think about a composable app, something that is like a framework that's just sitting there waiting for things to go inside of it, that you need to build it differently. It might not be all about the UI. It's about the API and the event channels that you're exposing. So if we think about using like Power Apps, is it Power Apps or Power Flow, where you're giving sort of, if this happens, then go ahead and do this. Oh, if this next thing happens, go ahead and do this. Certain applications have event listeners, so if something happens in Jira or TFS, it'll trigger something to go do something else in some other application. That is some level of composability, but it's not what this is talking about. So when you're building an application, think about the API, think about the event channel, and think about everything that's happening there to be able to consume someone else's sign-on, someone else's data. So the concept of composability extends beyond what you're traditionally thinking in terms of the user interface. So Gartner had another statistic about these composable applications. By 2025, 60% of new SaaS designs will support both UI-first and API-first applications. So it's not always going to be about the UI. So we talk about design, we talk about design systems, we talk about being pluggable, but how are you enabling that in your applications? So if you remember maybe 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, it was like, how are you monetizing your APIs? Well, I'm monetizing my APIs by charging people for my data. That's different. That's just like I have an API and I have data to sell and I'm going to make money off my API. It's not about really what's considered a PBC or a packaged business capability. So I have a business capability. This might be something like an e-commerce flow. It might be something as simple as like I'm generating some code based on some random input and I'm going to output it somewhere else, but it's in an application. That's a packaged business capability, and that's what's delivering this level of business outcome. Why is this important? Well, if you've heard of super apps, how many people have heard of super apps? A few people. So this is maybe a newer concept for most. But super apps are all the rage in Asia. And so when you think of something like WeChat, the other big one is Alipay. They have built frameworks, which is just an application framework for everyone else to come and play in their sandbox. And what they're doing is, if you're going to come play in our sandbox, you need to enable this level of data sharing, you need to use our single sign-on, you need to have these types of events, you need to use this design system or this user experience, but what we're going to offer you in return is a crap load of users. And so when you think about WeChat has 4.3 million mini apps as part of their framework. So if you think searching the Apple App Store is hard to find an application or a mobile app for your phone, imagine a single mobile app being able to search a directory of 4.3 million mini apps that you can use. Everything from I want to scan QR codes for an event to I want to add things to shopping carts when I'm at a grocery store, to payment, to you name it. I mean, there's 4.3 million. But the big thing is that these super apps rival the number of users of Facebook, of X, formerly known as Twitter, for what the number of people using these super apps are. So Elon Musk, with X, he wants that to be a super app. That's ultimately his goal, is right now it's a platform. So he has the platform piece. Mostly it does news and social feeds. So how can he integrate other things like payments? Well, he started PayPal, so he could probably figure out how to integrate payments in there. But now he needs to make it attractive so other people join in. So the 15 popular super apps, WeChat, Alipay being the biggest ones, what they've done is they've made this app attractive enough by having some core capabilities which are attracting users to these applications, which then wants to bring everyone else in. In the US, and it's probably the same here, if you're building a strip mall, you want a Starbucks on the corner, right, of your strip mall, because if there's a Starbucks there, you're going to get a lot. Well, actually now it's a Chick-fil-A. You want a Chick-fil-A on your corner, because if there's a Chick-fil-A in your strip mall and you can convince them to put a store there, you're going to get 100,000 more cars in that parking lot a week than the guy across the street who doesn't have the Chick-fil-A. And so that's really the same concept. I want to pull people in to my mall because I have something good to offer. And now what you need to do is think about what you're delivering in your businesses. Is there something that you could turn into a mini app, a micro app, something that's composable that potentially you could add into other frameworks or could be consumed by maybe one of the existing super apps that are out there? So the recommendation here is obviously start with the business value. Everything isn't a super app. Like Infragistics has a lot of products. I can't think of any that would go inside as a micro app into a super app without like totally re-architecting what we offer in the market. But you might have something different. You might have something that can be composable, that can be pluggable into some other ecosystem. The big thing, though, when you're doing this, I have the second bullet, the composable experience should be API first. But remember that your customers of this is ultimately going to be developers, right? Because they have to integrate it in to maybe their application. So documentation is critical, examples on how to use it, all the things that you do for your product so people maybe within your company can use it or others are going to be important when we talk about app composability. So that's number 2, and it seems like that's a very new concept. Only a couple people raised their hand, and it's very big in Asia, and it'll eventually make its way over. I think applications that we all use like X and Facebook will eventually maybe morph into things like this. And then the third is low code. How many people are using low code tools today? All right, not many people using low code. So low code comes in many forms, and I didn't include it in this presentation, but I did a talk only on low code for SD Times, and I did like the top 50 low code open source tools. So when I think about low code, because we have a low code product, I think about building user interfaces, WYSIWYG, drag and drop, all this great stuff. But low code could mean a lot. So low code could be I'm doing something on my data side on the back end because I don't want to write that code. There is a low code tool In Visual Studio, it's called the Entity Framework Power Tool, where you just point it to the database and it rips through and it generates like gazillions of lines of code, and you don't have to worry about any of your Entity Framework code. It just kind of works, right? So that's a low-code tool. There's low-code tools that build forms and they automate stuff like that. So there's a ton of low-code tools out there. If you want to just Google search SD Times and my name, low-code, you'll get the whole list of all of these out there, because there's tons of them. But here's why you should be thinking about low-code for your own productivity, and then how you might be even thinking about micro apps and delivering these packaged business value out to the market. So in 2025, it's predicted that the low-code market space is $29 billion in revenue. So that's $29 billion. That's a lot of money. But the bigger thing is that where low-code comes into play is that 41% of people in your company are technologists, right? So they're not developers, they're not in IT, they're in marketing, they're in sales, they might be your CEO, like our CEO. He's a business technologist, he wants to use these tools. But you have to enable them to do work, right? How do you enable them to accelerate all the things they're always nagging you in IT about? Well, you give them tools, and you give them low-code tools. And that's why these tools are becoming so popular, because it kind of started out as like, we need some marketing automation stuff. There's like, there's this form builder, and they can build a form that accepts names when they're at a booth at a trade show, and IT doesn't have to build it, and it goes into a Google spreadsheet, right, or a Google sheet, and that's great. Well, that's where low-code kind of started, and then it just went from there. It all started like, here's a Google sheet, I need something in front of it to do data entry, and now it's a tens of billions of dollars of market. So you have these business technologists that are outside of IT, and then 80% of devs are outside of formal IT using low-code today. So when you think about a developer technologist outside of IT, maybe they are in marketing, maybe they're in information systems group or something like that, they're using tools and they're writing code. And it's business production ready code that is achieving some functionality that they're not going to wait for you to build. And that's really where low code becomes so sort of like attractive to management, right? So if we look at this graph, 2025 was in that 40 billion, 2024 just under 40, but 2027, 80 billion. So the numbers are anywhere from like 85 to $100 billion in tools being sold every year that are low-code tools. And now today, everyone who uses Microsoft Office has low-code tools, because you have Power Apps, you have Power Flow, you have all these things. They're all considered low-code. So the message is, if you're not using low-code today for something, you will be, because it, along with AI, will accelerate what you're doing. And it will remove those things that are in your backlog that then you just don't have to worry about. So hey, let's go spend maybe $20,000 on some low-code tool, right? And now let's give it to the marketing department. And then all the stuff marketing needs, you don't have to worry about. You do have to worry about governance, you have to worry about access to data, so governance does come into play here. One of the biggest challenges with low code is that it created this concept of shadow IT, where the IT guy, your CTO, wants to control everything, right? Like they don't give anyone access to any APIs, any data, anything like that. But all of a sudden, marketing ordered some tool from Coney, and now they're building applications, and they're asking some guy, hey, can you give me access to this database? And the guy's like, yeah, I guess. He gives it to him, and now all of a sudden, your corporate data is in someone who has no idea how to handle data, right? And that's the same problem with ChatGPT. I said, oh, you could use, analyze your data set. Well, as soon as you upload your data, it's in the model forever. It will get out. It's going to leak. So be careful when you do that. But this is what happens. So governance across ChatGPT, so governance on your AI, governance on your low code ends up being something that's really, really important. And so now the spectrum here, this is a cool chart, because it's showing you that even though you may not be using low code today, there's still a runway here where it just becomes a ubiquitous part of what you're going to be dealing with every day at the office. You're going to go in, and instead of doing everything in the developer tool that you're using today, there'll be some other tool that is automating or generating code or doing part of the work that you would have normally done by hand, just like ChatGPT. So the logical marriage is low code and AI when you start thinking about it, and then you start thinking about this composability, and it all kind of comes together. So here's some other really good statistics. 70% of enterprise apps will start with low code tools by 2025. And this is actually happening. So 2025 is only a couple years away. So maybe this is 2027. It doesn't really matter. It's in the next few years, right? So when you are looking at how you purchase software for your productivity at your company, and then if you are a software vendor, like you're selling services into companies like our product, those companies are using low code. So not only how can you add a prompt for AI in your application, but how can you enable low code? So Gartner actually, I had a meeting with one of their analysts a while back, and he said, I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago, they tracked about 50 low-code vendors. It might have been 100. Now it's like 400 or 500 that are just purely low-code. But if you look at any SaaS company today, they all want to be low-code. They all have a low-code piece to them. So the recommendations here, obviously start with your business outcome. That's the whole purpose here. Before evaluating your technology stacks for low-code. Do you need code gen, automation, forms, back office? So think about the sort of stuff that you might benefit from or your customers might benefit from. And the biggest thing is the solution for a citizen developer like this technologist, or is it for a pro dev? Because a pro dev is going to be or demand like more sophistication in the tooling that you might be using in IT. And then finally, be prepared for very rapid change, because the low-code space, just like the AI space, is changing very rapidly. So whatever happens today, 12 months from now, is going to be actually completely different. So the conclusions here, this kind of wraps up, and I kind of mentioned it, where all of these technologies come into play. One of the key business drivers was also design systems, but I had too many slides, so we'll talk about it at next year's keynote. But when you think about AI, and you think about low code, and you think about these, how they can come together and deliver this high-value business outcome in something in a package that you could put maybe into a super app or a micro app or some composable app, you're going to get a lot of benefit from that. So I didn't go into design systems today, but how many of you guys are using design systems at your job today to build software? Okay, so a little bit more. And again, design systems feed into low code, and it's all tied together into building these high-value business outcomes. So I just wanted to, with my last 5 minutes, show a couple examples. All the images in my slides today I generated with Bing. I typed in a prompt, and it generated the images. But I think you saw in Donna's talk, not all AI is equal. So this is the question I asked. I said, can you create a modern image of app composability showing how mini apps or micro apps can be composed, blah, 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 blah. This is what ChatGPT gave me using DALL-E. And I'm not kidding. This is a screenshot of what it gave me. And then the exact same thing, copy and pasted, was from Bing. Well, I will say it was from Windows Copilot, the new button on your Windows Start menu for 2011 H2. I clicked that, I just typed it in, boom, I was done. The other thing I did is I said, you know what? I want to try a couple of these tools and avoid doing all these slides. So, whoops, how do I do this? Let me end my slideshow. Okay, cool. So I went to the web and I said, give me a slide AI maker. So the first thing that came up was Slides AI. What a great name, right? I mean, and so I gave it the same thing, but I actually listed, I said, these are the 4 things that matter. And this is what it decided to give me. AI, okay, that's cool. DevOps, like, it's not a slide deck for Bobby over there. what? This is not a trend. These are boring. So somehow the AI just kind of made stuff up. I took the same thing and I went over to this thing called Gamma. And look what it did. It did exactly what I asked it. It created a slide on AI and machine learning. It made all this up. I didn't make any of this up. It made this up. Composo did a slide for me. There's my design system stuff that I didn't talk about. Low code, no code. Oh, I also had BI and analytics in there. We would have been here all night. Industry innovation, it kind of made this up, but it actually created something cool and useful, right? There's a lot of stuff in here, and it was the same prompt that I gave to slides.ai, right? So while slides.ai has the Google juice because it came up first, this one also was like fourth or fifth, but it did actually exactly what I wanted. And then I also asked it, I said, how can, I want to upload my PowerPoint and I want to get notes from it. I just want you to summarize my PowerPoint. I don't have notes in my PowerPoint, just take what's in the slides. So I found this thing called There's an AI for That, and it pointed me to slide notes. And I uploaded this to, oh no, let's connect here. I uploaded my slide deck. It would only take 5 megabytes, so I had to delete all the images. But let's see if this will refresh. Yeah, maybe not. But anyway, it actually used AI to summarize my talk, right? So, I mean, just unbelievable. But the final thing that I want to show is something that actually has been a little, it's been advertised lately more and more.
Днес ще се съсредоточим върху водещите тенденции в постигането на бизнес резултати и стойност през 2023 година.
Hold on, we're going crazy
Първата
here.
тенденция е генеративното AI, което предизвиква голям интерес. И лидерите очакват генеративното AI да...
Close. Let's open that up again. Open recent. ISTA 2023, this guy. Okay, so I use this tool called Synthesia. And this is the prompt that I put in. It has a little AI wizard, so I just pasted in that little bit of text. And what it did is, let me get rid of this, is it actually, I'll play the video here, you can see that, oh, and I told it to do it in Bulgarian, right? So it's actually, I recorded it and then it speeds up. It started to create a video for me based on those few little bullets of prompts. So it did the whole thing, right? And so now I use this product at Infragistics for videos that I do. And what we'll do here is we'll make it bigger. And check this out.
Днес ще се съсредоточим върху водещите тенденции в постигането на бизнес.
Now I can tell you, I do not speak Bulgarian, but that's me.
Първата тенденция е генеративното AI, което предизвиква
And
голям
I don't even know
интерес.
what it's saying, so hopefully it's nothing offensive, honestly. It took it and it created something about AI. But what I did with this product is I took like a 2-minute video of myself reading a script, and now I can speak any language, like 70 languages. All I got to do is give it text. And that's it. And that's it. And so the way that this works is, and it's pretty crazy. I mean,
Втората тенденция е съставността на приложенията, която се отнася до модулни
yeah, it's going to keep going.
доставящи функционалност чрез API.
I mean, I had a lot to say.
Базирани на събития.
So when I got here today, the guys were joking about, oh, you're going to be doing this with a hologram. Yes, that is my goal. So the hologram is the next thing, but I'll open this up, and it's a little slow. It's using my, this is the title in Bulgarian. And if I click edit video, this is what it created, and it did it 100% with the AI.
Системите за дизайн са важни.
And that's the text. And there's me. And then when you say generate, it uploads it to the cloud, and then it moves my head and mouth to make it look like I'm actually speaking Bulgarian. So anyway, that's all I have for today. I want to thank everyone for attending ISTA. This was an amazing conference, and thank you for having me. And if you want to contact me about any of these tools, just shoot me an email or, just send me an email, and I'll be happy to share any of them that you'd like. But thanks again, everyone.